Go.
Good evening and welcome to the Field of Dreams in Las Cruces. It is the district opener for your Hobbs Eagles tonight. I'm TJ Miracle in for Ty Friend, Sav Anthony alongside as we get ready to kick off the district season on what is going to be one of the marquee matchups here in the Land of Enchantment tonight as the number one, at least in the coaches poll, Las Cruces Bulldogs, number 2 in the Max Preps rankings, take on the number 6 Hobbs Eagles. Cruces a perfect 4-0. Hobbs is 3-1 coming into this contest, Sav, and should be, at least on paper, an exciting matchup. But, we were talking on the way up here, or I should say on the way down here because we live north of here. We were talking about what Hobbs has done so far this season, but what they need to do to pull the upset here tonight.
Man, I'm ready to see a great game tonight, man. It's always good to be able to, come and see the Friday night lights. And with them playing a team, man, it's 4-0 and Hobbs being 3-1, man, it's going to be a game to see. Both teams, man, that I heard and that I've seen that, man, they both got some great players on both sides of the ball, whether that be defense and offense. So, TJ, you know what? I'm just ready to see a good football game, and I'm ready to see some, improvement on the field, from both sides. So I'm just ready to see a good game.
Well, of course, Hobbs, as we mentioned, comes in at 3-1 on the season, getting ready to start district. Started, of course, the season with the Battle of Lee County knocking off Lovington 41-13. Then a tough game at Artesia, but they put a lot of points on the board, 51-41 in that one. Then knocking off the defending 5A champs 37-27 when they took care of business with Roswell High. And then they were down here kind of in the neighborhood at least last week over in El Paso and knocking off Parkland 49-22. Now, my math skills doing them quickly are not great, but, Hobbs is averaging over 40 points a game, around 41, 42 points a game. That could bode well for them, especially with the Las Cruces Bulldogs team that may or may not play defense.
Man, you know what? That'd be great to see. And by them scoring about 40 points a game, man, that shows you that there's been improvement since the first game of this season. And that's all I've been seeing about Hobbs. So I'm ready to see that tonight. And like you said, TJ, with a team, man, that's 4-0 like Las Cruces and a good team like them, it's good to be able to put that same effort and that same hard work they done in the past game that they had into this game tonight.
Of course, when you talk about Las Cruces 4-0, they knocked off Mayfield, which I think was pretty much expected, and ran away with that one, 61-6. In a 50-point plus blowout, almost 50-point blowout on that one. Then took care of Volcano Vista 38-20, then beat Rio Rancho 47-22, and then squeaked one out against Cleveland 38-34 in Cleveland. Cleveland at the time, the number 1 team in the state. Las Cruces High, number 2 in the state. So this is a team that, at least on paper, is scoring about like the Hobbs Eagles. When you throw out the 61 points against Mayfield, you're looking at a team that, like Hobbs, is averaging right at 40, a little bit over 40 a game, but they're giving up more points than the Hobbs Eagles are.
Man, from the hear of it, man, it seems like Las Cruces ain't coming to play. And so hope Hobbs come out here with their head on their shoulders and ready to play some good football because, man, from the points and from the scoreboard that they've been putting up from their past previous games, is like, man, they're not coming to play this season. So hopefully Hobbs know that. Hopefully Hobbs having their heart that they're coming out here to get the dub and ready to push forward in this game tonight.
Well, and you're going to have to push forward. Of course, some guys to keep an eye out for on your Hobbs Eagles squad. Junior Medrano, he pretty much does it all for the Hobbs Eagles. He really is kind of the do-all kind of player. He gets it done with his feet. He gets it done with his arm. It's a question of, just getting it done. However, he's actually the leading rusher for the team, averaging 127 rushing yards per game, has more TDs than anybody else. And when you throw in what he throws per game, yeah, it's going to be key for the Hobbs Eagles to find a way to buy Medrano time and space.
And you know what? The one thing about Medrano that I've been seeing these past couple games, that he don't mind putting the weight on his shoulder and carry it. And that's what I love to see about Medrano. And, again, Medrano's a 6-foot player, 185 pounds, man. So he's able to look at the field, see what's open, what is not open, and able to run and get out of the pocket quick. So I'm ready to see a couple of those tonight. And, man, Medrano, I'm ready to see his game tonight.
Well, and ready to see what the Hobbs Eagle defense can do. They're going to have some work to do, even though Las Cruces High is not a team that just lights it up through the air. They do have the ability to throw it. Francisco Winnikoff averaging over 100 yards per game, and he is by far the favorite target of their senior quarterback. That is Gunnar Guardiola. You know, Guardiola's somebody you got to watch out for too. And he'll rush, although he's not the most mobile quarterback. Maybe Daniel Amaro is their big running back, and you've got to keep an eye on him. 174 yards a game. So if your run defense didn't come to play, you could have a long night.
Ah, man. And that's something that you don't want to see, especially as, you know, the opponent team. You don't want to be able to see that, you know, run play just run all over you on the field. But I truly believe, man, the improvement that I've been seeing from each previous game from the Eagles, that they can also make a better improvement at this game tonight. And again, like, we had amazing performance last week in El Paso with the defensive line of Hobbs. And so they've been doing good, and especially with the big man, that 6'2", 330 pounds, man, Mike Meredith. So he's making sure nothing gets past him. So if he can be able to contain the perimeter tonight, it's going to be great.
It certainly should be. We'll take a quick timeout, come back, and continue. This is your Hobbs Eagle pregame show on Cool 95.7, Hobbs Sports YouTube, and HobbsAmerica.com. Back here in Las Cruces at the Field of Dreams, I'm TJ Miracle alongside Sav Anthony. Tiff Stuber in studio engineering and producing as the Las Cruces High Bulldogs break out onto the field. The Hobbs Eagles, they brought the tunnel with them, so they are lining up into the Big Eagle as we get ready to get this one underway. The home team Bulldogs will be wearing their home blue unis, all blue with red and white stripes, white numbers, and white helmets with a stylized bulldog on the side of it. For your Hobbs Eagles, they are in the road whites tonight, all white unis, black letters and numbers, gold trim, and of course the black helmet with the Eagle H on the side of it. 84 degrees as we prepare for kickoff in this one. Winds out of the south gusting up to 15 miles an hour. A few storms and clouds in the area. Hopefully they'll stay off to the north of us, though. Apparently they had a little delay last night that actually canceled the Thursday night affair here. So hopefully that the rain and the storms will stay up to the north and we won't have to worry about it tonight, Sav.
Yes, hopefully. We want to be able to see a good, clean, smooth game all the way through to the fourth quarter so we can see a good football game. I mean, like a coach used to tell me, TJ, it's game time, and game time starts now.
Game time does start now. And according to the pregame clock, it starts in 1 minute as the Eagles break out onto the field, just about ready to go. We'll be back in 1 minute to kick this one off. It's Hobbs Eagle football on KLEA, Hobbs Lovington, Cool 95.7. Welcome back to Las Cruces and the Field of Dreams, and hopefully tonight it will be a Field of Dreams for the Hobbs Eagles. They have had their problems with Las Cruces over the years, especially here at this stadium, but maybe tonight is the night as they look to pull off the upset against the, depending on which poll you look at, the number 1 or the number 2 team in the state. Las Cruces number 1 in the coaches poll, number 2 in the Max Preps rankings, Hobbs number 6 in both of those. The Eagles won the toss and elected to receive, so Coach Ken Stevens wants to get his offense out there first against Coach Mark Lopez's defense. So, Sav, final thoughts before we kick this one off.
Man, the offense, is time for them to express and be able to, pull out and roll out a good offense and be able to score, and move up the field. That's all I'm ready to see is moving up the field. When you move the ball up the field, it's always great.
Manuel Esparza will tee it up at the 40. He'll be kicking towards the north end zone. Hobbs will be moving from left to right on your radio dial. They will be driving from the north to the south as we get this one underway. Welcome to District 2025 in New Mexico 6A football. So Esparza runs up on it. He will put the boot into it. It is a high end-over-ender, but short, taken by one of the up men at the 20. They're going to run the little bitty star burst, and they will give it off to a man on the near sideline. The handoff goes to Adrian Mora, who shakes and bakes out to about the 27-yard line. Hard to do that little starburst, Sav, when you're that close to the sideline and then you go that way.
Yeah, that's right. It was a little shaky right there, man. It's kind of like it wasn't planned to be right there. They thought the ball was going to go a little further. But, I mean, they got it. They moving up, and so it's time for the offense to roll out here, and let's see what they have.
So 1st and 10 from the 27-yard line. Hobbs Eagle football as we kick things off. Junior Medrano will bring his squad out, and he'll actually have Adrian Mora as the running back to start with him. Coach Stevens elects to go trips to the right side. That is the near side, the short side, single receiver up top. High snap, Medrano keeps it himself, and he is hit at the line, pushes forward, and gets a yard, maybe 2 out of it on the quarterback keeper. And they're going to give him forward progress out to the 30, so it'll be a 3-yard gain, and it'll be 2nd down and 7 for the Eagles.
And what you want to do this game, man, as Coach Stevens, man, you want to kind of trick them. You don't want Las Cruces to be able to, know what you're going to be able to roll out and what you're going to run. So I believe if you can do that, it's going to be a good game.
Zayden Marquez with the stop. Twins to the right, single receiver to the left. Medrano throws the wide receiver screen to French near side, but he drops it, can't hold on to it. Or pardon me, that was Beatty. And I think maybe he was thinking about running or hearing footsteps, not sure. And so now it'll be 3rd down and 7 for the Eagles. And you've got an important 3rd down already. Looking at a conversion here, Sav.
Sometimes you got to just get the heebie-jeebies out. It's the first, kind of the third play of the game, and so you want to be able to know, like, what's going on and what you got going.
Twins stack to the left, twins stack to the right. Hill is the running back, rolling to the left side. Looking is Medrano, pressured. He's going to have to tuck it, take it himself, gets away from one, falls forward and stretches out. He's going to be close to 1st down yardage. I think he's going to be about a yard shy. Looks like they're going to mark him at the 36-yard line. It'll be a pickup of 6 for Medrano. And so now decision time. It is 4th down and less than a yard to go, Sav. Do you go for it here?
As a coach, man, I believe you should go forward. I mean, he got great running backs in the backfield that's able to make a 1st down. He also got great receivers he can throw it to on a slant. They can be able to make a play.
Well, as my high school coach always said, if we can't get 1 yard, guys, we should probably go play some other sport. So, and a quick timeout going to be taken. The Eagles want to discuss things. 10:41 to go here in the first. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Hobbs Eagle football is on Cool 95.7. And it's actually an official timeout as they bring the chains out to measure it up. And it is going to be about the length of the football, Sovereign. So it is less than a yard that Hobbs will need. I think, Coach Stevens, I think here you roll the dice and go for it.
Yes, and like you said, I mean, if you don't got no players that can be able to make a yard, I mean, hey, we should pick up and go somewhere else. And I believe he does got those players and even those running backs in the backfield to do it.
So let's see what he pulls out, and he will send the offense out. Medrano will come out, and in the backfield with him will be DeMarcus Hill. Twins to the left, twins to the right. Now he's going to run up under center, and he'll just push forward, and they do the tush push, and they will get him a yard, maybe 2 out of it, but you like that. It'll be enough to move the chains. 1st down, Eagles. So they'll mark him up at the 39-yard line. As hopefully my brain is unstuck now. So 1st down and 10 for Hobbs, 39-yard line. 10:25 remaining here in the first. Twins to the left, twins to the right. Hill in the backfield. Good snap. Medrano throws the screen over to the far side, complete to the 45 to the 50 before being taken down and knocked out of bounds. That is Justice French. And he is going to be close to the 1st down. They're going to say he stepped out actually a little bit short. It'll be 8 yards to French as he steps on the sideline. But a very manageable 2nd down and 2.
And you know what? That's how you run the ball. You want to be able to get those baby steps and also long steps towards the field. And so that's what I'm seeing right now, and I hope to continue to see it.
Trips to the right side, and they're going to put Beatty in the slot on the right, single receiver to the left on a 2nd down and 2. Good snap. Medrano back, has time, fires it across the middle. It'll be complete across the 50 to the 47-yard line to Brian Estrada. And so he'll move it down. So that'll be 3, 5, 6, 7. Yep, 7 yards to Estrada. And it'll move the chains. Another 1st down for Hobbs.
And I know we're just a couple plays in right now, but I am seeing some improvement. I know some of the games with Hobbs, I've been seeing a lot of flags and penalties,
And Estrada's down hurt, so we probably ought to move the camera some. We're not supposed to show injured players there, so we'll get that off him. You certainly hope that he's all right. 10:08 to go here in the first. While we've got a break in the action, thanks for watching Hobbs Sports YouTube. Please subscribe, by the way. Also on HobbsAmerica.com. Of course, you see those sponsors if you're watching. They're at the bottom of your screen. You're hearing them if you're listening on Cool 95.7. So be sure you support those businesses. They make it to where we never have to charge you to watch your kids and your teams play. Never have to beg you for donations. We don't like it that, unfortunately, too many quote-unquote broadcasters are trying that now. We don't think that's fair, and we don't even have to think about it other than to sometimes mention it because of those great folks at the bottom of the screen. So Estrada helped off as he's a little bit ginger coming off on the lower body. We're not going to speculate on what that might be, but it'll be 1st and 10 for Hobbs. Losing Estrada, though, would be a toughie. And the handoff coming to the near side and squirting forward to the 45-yard line. That's Mora. And so Mora's going to wind up getting, call it 3 out of his first carry of the night. Interesting, Hill and Wright. Of course, Wright been a little banged up, but starting Mora in the ballgame, that's his first carry of the evening. 2nd down and 7 for the Eagles from the Bulldog 45. Waiting on it, high snap, Medrano with it, throw the wide receiver screen to French again. Not much doing that time as they collided with him and collapsed on him quickly. That was Francisco Winnikoff, who's also their number 1 receiver, who popped him down. A little help there for Denton Walter. It'll be a pickup of 2 for French on the completion. And so 3rd down and 5 now for the Eagles.
And I believe if Coach can throw it to the right a little bit, man, where they're open field at, I believe a play can be made.
Yes, it can. So an important 3rd down and 5. No score in this one. Opening possession for the Eagles. Hand it off. Nope, fake the handoff, and Medrano keeps it, but Las Cruces looked like they'd seen that before. They stayed home. He'll wind up getting about a yard of it before everybody on the field comes down on him. Jacob Soto leads the way. Pickup of 1 for Medrano. 4 carries, 12 yards. And so it'll probably be, I don't think it'll be punt time for Hobbs, but this Stevens generally, once you get over the 50, he'll go for it, and they will leave the offense out there. So 4th and 5 on the Bulldog 43-yard line. Bulldogs are going to put 5 men in the box. Show blitz now back out of it. Rolling to the near side. Medrano looks, fires, goes over the shoulder, and overthrows his intended target. He wanted it all. I think maybe trying to bite off a little more than he should have with Beatty there. Incomplete. Pretty good coverage down the field as well being applied by Zach Sanchez, and it'll go over on down. So Las Cruces High from their own 43-yard line will take over 1st and 10.
Man, throwing him a little bit over, man. I believe number 7 was open too, man. He had Joshua Ortiz that was open too as well. So I mean, being as a quarterback, it could be a hard position on the field, but I believe the offense could come out here and get another second try. So I guess Las Cruces is time.
So let's see what the defense can come up with. Gunnar Guardiola, he's been the starting quarterback since he was a freshman. He's a senior now. Feels like we've been calling his name since sometime in the 19th century. As they'll bunch everybody in tight. Guardiola going to hand it off and going to the right side, finding a little bit of a hole. And up to around the 50-yard line is Daniel Amaro. He's going to pick up 7. Amaro is their do-everything running back, and they do like to run the ball a whole lot. So Hobbs definitely going to have to key in on that. And a little bit surprised they came over to that near side, Sav, because when you come near side like that, you're having to go against Mike Meredith.
Yes, and a lot of times, man, Mike Meredith don't let nothing get past and go inside of his house. So if he can be able to stop some plays in these run plays tonight, he's going to make some major plays.
And it was the secondary that wound up bringing him down. Now they're going to split Amaro into the slot on the left side. High snap, it is handled, looking to pass, gunning it over. That'll be complete to Winnikoff, and that'll be at the Hobbs 45-yard line. It'll be a pickup of 6 to Winnikoff, and it'll move the chains for a 1st down for the Bulldogs. So the Bulldogs into Eagle territory officially at the 44-yard line. 1st down and 10. 7.5 to go here in the first quarter. No score. Hobbs got it into Cruces territory, but went 4 and out on their last time. And on an end around running, looking for some room to go. That is going to be the first carry of the year for number 9, Aaron Carrasco. So Carrasco on the end around winds up getting 3 yards on the play.
And what the defense don't want to do tonight is they don't want to let the offense be able to move up the field as much, to give them that breathing room, to give them that comfortability knowing they can move up the field.
So it'll be 2nd down and 7 for the Bulldogs into Eagle territory at the 40-yard line. 6:48 to go here in the first. Twins to the left and send a man in motion. And hand it off to Amaro. Nope, it was a play fake, and it'll be complete to Winnikoff on the far sideline. And he's going to be close to the 1st down. He'll be right at the 35-yard line. It'll be a pickup of 6 to Winnikoff. his second catch for 12 yards, and he's going to be just shy. It'll be 3rd down and 1. Guardiola 2 for 2, both of them to Winikoff. So now time for the big boys up front to see if they can step up. I've got to think it will be 4-down territory for Coach Mark Lopez. But it'll be 3rd down and a yard. Twins to the right, single receiver to the left. Send a man in motion from the right to the left, and then hand it off to Amaro. He goes to the left side, and with forward progress, I think he's going to get it before the Hobbs Eagles can bring him down. But they collapsed on him pretty quickly and didn't give him just a whole lot of time. Leading the charge there was Samuel Zimbardi. Number 5 comes out, or pardon me, I think that was actually number 50. That was Florian Castillo. Yeah, that was the 5-0. And they're going to give him a yard and a half, so move the chains. 1st down for Las Cruces. They're second of the ball game.
And like a coach used to tell me, too many first down is too close to a touchdown. And so you want to be able to stop them and be able to make sure they do not get behind you as a defensive team.
Checking in that'll be Isaiah Barunda. Number 1 brings the play in from the sideline and then splits out wide to the right. Single receiver to the left is Winikoff. Amaro behind Guardiola. Ooh, there was movement on the line. They didn't catch it. Amaro goes to the right side, and he'll get to the 40 before Hobbs' linebackers can slide over and take him out and take him down. But it'll still be good for a pickup of about 5 yards on that one. And again, it's Castillo on the stop.
And I believe they can get more stops too, man. You always want to have communication on the field. Communication is key to know here's there, here's this, here's that. And so if they can have that, man, I believe they can make some beautiful plays and stop some plays.
So on a 2nd down and 5, ball inside the Hobbs Eagle 30. 5.5 minutes remaining here in the first. Twins to the left, single receiver to the right. Amaro on the right shoulder of Guardiola. Send the man in motion. They'll put him into the slot. Looking left. Now he's going to be flushed. Has to run, and he will take off and be close to 1st down yardage. On the busted play, it'll be a pickup of 4 before Hobbs bringing him down with Gavin McPherson. McPherson put a big lick on him, but not before he got 4 yards out of it.
And you know what? I'm surprised Wheeler didn't almost get him, because Wheeler had a beautiful game last week in El Paso of getting the quarterback and rushing the quarterback. So hopefully if he can have that same fire he had last week, man, the quarterback is going to be in trouble.
So 3rd down and 1, as it looks like the Bulldogs are going to just continue to try and march the ball down the field. 5 runs, 2 passes, so a 7-play drive at this point that's taken about 4.5 minutes off the clock, and whistles sound, and we are under a lightning delay. Or nope, it's going to be timeout. Yeah, they're showing timeout on Las Cruces. Yep, they signaled timeout Las Cruces. So facing a 3rd down and 1, we'll just keep it right here and say a big thank you to our friends at Lee County State Bank, Forest Tire Company, TDS, Divine Energy Services, DNC Electric, Eastern New Mexico University, Lasco Construction, and NMR Pipeline. Also, Outlaw Grill, Eunice Pump and Supply, Hobbs Express, JBW Solutions, SunGuard Precision, Bel Air Bowl, Devon Energy, Badger, and Master Plumbers. We appreciate them making Hobbs Eagle football possible. I mean, the way they called that one soft, there was a big lightning bolt just toward north, and I thought, oh no, it's within 10 miles.
Man,
but
TJ, my heart dropped there.
It was just a late timeout. I guess the play clock was probably running down on Las Cruces a little bit there, so they burned the timeout. So now facing a 3rd down and 1, back to the action. Twins left, single receiver to the right. Send a man in motion. That'll be Castillo from left to right. He'll go into the tight end position on the right side, and they will hand it off to Amaro. He stiff arms a man and gets a yard, gets 2, gets away, and is going to wind up with a 4-yard gain before Javen Hernandez finally slows him up and stands him up enough and lets Leo Jaquez come in and kind of clean him up from that far side corner position. But it'll be a pickup of 4 for Amaro. He hasn't gotten any big runs, but they've been effective. It'll be a Las Cruces 1st down.
And you know what? With the defense of Hobbs, one thing I can say and what I love is that when one player is hanging on to another player pops up. And so if they can keep having that teamwork on the field, I mean, hey, a lot of great things can happen out of that.
Knocking on the door of the red zone from the 22-yard line. 1st and 10 Bulldogs. Fake the handoff on the play fake. Now flushed. Guardiola rolls right, throws right, has a man. That's Winikoff, and he gets tripped up, but not before He gets, we'll call it a 5-yard completion. Winnikoff over 100 yards a game, and he's got all 3 targets and all 3 catches tonight for this Bulldog football team.
And so you know what I'm thinking Las Cruces is thinking tonight? Like, hey, yes, we do run the ball, and they know we run the ball. But sometimes let's even throw it to the passing game a little bit. So the defense on Hobbs has to also be ready for the passing game too as well.
And so that'll bring up a 2nd down and 5 for Las Cruces. They are in the Hobbs red zone now. Twins left, single receiver to the right. Send Winnikoff in motion. They'll put him on the right side, hand it to Amaro. He tries the right side, and not much room to run. He's going to wind up with a couple of yards out of that before he winds up in a Hobbs-Eagles scrum. And right in the middle of that, making initial contact, Gavin McPherson once again for the Eagles. So now a 3rd down and 2. Clock continues to move as Las Cruces is definitely eating an awful lot of time off the clock here. It's one thing that happens when you throw short passes that are complete and you don't get out, and when you run the ball and you keep getting first downs, as the clock moves very, very quickly. That can shorten a game, as my coaches used to say. Going to bunch everybody in tight. And the handoff on a sweep and getting some room. Amaro inside the 10, inside the 5, and down to the 2-yard line. As I don't know where he came from that, and I think that it's going to be injury to insult. I think they're going to get Hobbs for either a face mask or a horse collar. But Amaro with a 12-yard scamper, 1st and goal for Las Cruces.
And you know what? Like a coach said, when you're not there to stop the play and you're not coming up early enough, anything when it comes to penalties and flags can be able to pop up. So we don't want too many flags of this game.
No, we certainly don't. And this will be a half the distance to the goal penalty. So you wind up being a 1-yard penalty if it is on Hobbs. And it will be personal foul horse collar on the Hobbs Eagles. I thought I saw it in there. I didn't want to see it, but I thought I did. So it is I hate writing down 1-yard penalties. I'm just going to put it off to the side because it really doesn't make just a whole lot of difference. And it'll be 1st and goal from the 1 for Las Cruces. So half the distance from the end of the play on the horse collar. So now it'll be 1st and goal at the 1-yard line. So Las Cruces' Bulldogs knocking on the door. Amaro is the deep back behind Guardiola. They're playing big boy football. Everybody packed in tight up front. Hand it to Amaro. Goes over right tackle and into the end zone. He got a seam and takes it to the house for the first touchdown of the ball game. And Las Cruces High takes the early 6-0 lead with the point after to come.
Wow, man. You want to be able to stop that. In defense, one thing, if I can tell the defense something, don't let yourself down and don't get down, man. That's just the first play, and this is the first run of y'all defense run. So, I mean, we can come back here and make some improving plays.
I believe that's Amaro's 16th touchdown on the season. So now the point after attempt. Waiting on it. Waiting. Snap is good. Hold is good. Kick is up. And it sails to the right, but not before it splits through the right upright. Good. And with 3:10 remaining in the first quarter, it's Las Cruces 7, Hobbs nothing. Hobbs Eagle football continues in a moment here on Cool 95.7. It's a high kickoff, and Hobbs will set up the starburst and take it through, and working around on the right side, and not a lot of room to run out to about the 22-yard line. Welcome back to Las Cruces in the Field of Dreams. The Bulldogs take their opening possession and go 57 yards, and a whole bunch of plays and a whole lot of time off the clock cashed in by Daniel Amaro on a 1-yard dive over the right tackle for the touchdown. Then the point after is good. So Hobbs will have it 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line. And they'll send trips to the right side, single receiver to the left. Now needing to answer if they can. Of course, I called a Las Cruces game last night, Sav. It was their JV team taking on Jowl, but it's kind of what happened with Jowl last night as they misfired on their first possession. Las Cruces went down and scored. And then Jowl came back and made it a ball game as Medrano keeps it himself. He's got some room. He's across the 30, to the 40, to the 50, to the 40. He's not going to get caught. To the 20, 10, 5. Put it in the end zone. 6 on the board. Touchdown, Eagles, 76 yards. J.R. Junior Medrano to the house. And the Eagles, just like that, are right back with it, Sav.
Man, like I said, TJ, one thing I love seeing about Medrano is that when the weight is on his shoulders, he don't mind carrying it, and he carried it all the way to the end zone.
Yes, he did. 76 yards, 5 carries, 88 yards, the big play, the explosive play. And some of that happened, too, because the big boys up front gave him a hole, and after he found that little seam, he just took off and outran everybody. So on to attempt the point after will be Braddock Beatty. So Hobbs trying to tie this one up just like that. A one-play 76-yard drive. And the snap is good, the hold is good, the kick is up, and it's a knuckleball, but it'll split the uprights and good. 2:50 to go here in the first. We're all tied at 7. It's the Hobbs Eagles and the Las Cruces Bulldogs on Cool 95.7 and the Hobbs Sports YouTube channel. As I got to remember to turn the stream feed back up. There we go. So, yep, audio back. 1st and 10 for Las Cruces from the 35. I'm not used to that anymore. So,
well, TJ, man, as we hear, man, we see that the defense is going to get another second chance out here to be able to, redeem themselves from the touchdown that Las Cruces made. But I believe they'll be good, and if they get their head focused in the game, I believe they can get some stops.
Guardiola by himself in the backfield. Empty set look, but everybody in tight. Has some time, rolls to the right, looks, has to tuck, and he is going to be hit and gets back to the line before he is brought down. No sack on the play, but great pursuit and great job there by Devin Ruiz and Mike Meredith to get that one like it was. And so officially no gain on the play, so not a sack, and it'll be 2nd down and 10.
And you know what? That's what you want to do as a defensive line. You want to be able to put pressure on the quarterback, where the quarterback don't have too much breathing room to be able to see who's open, but to be able to attack him where you have no choice but either throw it out or to get us or tackle him.
So a 2nd down and 10 for Las Cruces, all tied at 7. He splits Amaro out wide to the left. Amaro waits for it. Guardiola going to get pressured. Steps up, fires, comes down the near sideline. It is up and bobbled and fought for, and the Hobbs Eagles have intercepted it. The Eagles with the INT. Robert Garcia goes up, and he battles and winds up with the football. It never touched the ground. It should be the INT, and it should be Hobbs Eagle football, and it will be the INT. Robert Garcia picks off Gunnar Guardiola, and the defense gets their stop and hands it back to the offense.
Wow, 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 wow. Them is amazing plays that you want to see on the field tonight. You know, it's Friday Night Lights. You want to be able to see some exquisite things, and that right there, man, was a heck of a play.
And battling with Misquez, and Garcia wins the battle. The junior DB gives it back to the Hobbs Eagle offense, and they'll have it 1st and 10 from their own 34-yard line. All tied at 7 apiece. And now Hobbs will come in with 3 receivers to the right. Once again, single receiver to the left. Single back in the backfield is Mora with Medrano. Medrano just going to tuck it, take it himself, but that didn't work. He needed to bounce that one out a little bit more. He's going to lose a couple of yards on that one. Officially a loss of 1 on the play, so it'll be 2nd down and 11 for the Eagles. Not sure quite what happened there, Sov, because it looked like if he went in and was going to try and bounce it left, but then just kind of gave up and got wrapped up and stood up there by the Las Cruces line.
And you know what? That's the thing about Medrano. Yes, I believe he was going left too as well, but Medrano is known as, man, if that don't work, run. And so you don't want to give the defense to be able to, understand that. So, hey, I just don't know.
2nd down and 11. Medrano from the shotgun. Handles it, steps up, fires it underneath, and will skip that one into Braddock Beatty. He was under pressure in the backfield. As good pressure being put on. Let's see if I can catch that number over there. That was number 42. That was Luis Bajorquez. So it'll be incomplete. And so that'll bring up a 3rd down situation for the Eagles. 3rd and 11. You got a gift. You need to cash it in. Trips to the left, single receiver to the right. Trying the hard count is Medrano. Las Cruces not falling for it. They've only got 3 men on the front, but they're sneaking up a couple of the linebackers. Medrano with it. Steps up, fires across the middle, and nobody home. And so incomplete. A little bit of pressure coming again from the Las Cruces line. The pressure coming that time from Denton Walter. So it'll be incomplete. And so it'll be punt time for the Eagles. They get the INT solved, but then just kind of misfire, 3 and out. So Medrano also will often punt it. Just a little quick kick. So he'll get it, and that's a good one, and nobody back to receive as it bounces at the 25. Takes a big Eagle bounce down inside the 10. Still rolling down to the 7-yard line. They'll mark it at the 6, so 1st down for Las Cruces, but a great punt for Medrano to pin their ears back.
And you know what? You don't want the defense to be able to get used to your offense. You want to be able to shake them up and be able to switch it up on them every time. And so hopefully when they come out here for another try and another chance that they're going to be able to shift it up and just switch it up and, just kind of turn their heads a little bit.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for Las Cruces, all the way back, pinned on their own 6-yard line. 39 seconds to go, 1st quarter. We are all tied at 7 apiece. With Sav Anthony, I'm TJ Miracle, filling in for Ty Friend tonight. Tiff Stuber in studio engineering and producing. So Guardiola brings his troops back out tomorrow. Set up in the backfield. They'll put a man in motion from the right to the left. Waiting on it, hand it off. Amaro trying to sweep it to the near side. Gets past 1 level, gets to the 2nd level, crosses the 15 to the 16-yard line. Gets 10 yards out of it, and it'll move the chains for Las Cruces. Their 5th first down. You've got to get them at the initial point of contact, and Hobbs got an arm on him, but you can't arm tackle somebody like that. Joseph Reza with first contact, but was unable to hold him, and then he came all the way into the secondary. So 1st and 10 now from the 16-yard line, Hand it off. Amaro going to try the right side this time. And he is hit as he crosses the 20 to the, we'll call it the 21-yard line. Nice job by the Eagle defense. And Castillo, who's having a fantastic night, stops him after a 4-yard gain.
Yes, and like you said, TJ, man, the running back, man, he can run the ball, man. If you give him an open lane, man, he's going to run it all the way to the end zone, so you don't want to be able to arm tackle at this time.
And that will end the first quarter here in Las Cruces. We are all knotted up at 7 apiece. Hobbs Eagle football returns in 1 minute here on Cool 95.7. Start of the second quarter, handed off to Amaro. He goes left side, and he will get out to the 25-yard line. So it'll be another pickup of 4 for Amaro before the linebacking core. And McPherson coming out from the bottom, clean him up, McPherson and Golm. But it's another 4 yards for Amaro. 10 carries, 50 yards for Daniel Amaro, and it'll be third down. Wow, they're going to say, I thought he had enough for the first down. Maybe. Yeah, he's going to be third and about 1. So by my math, should be 3rd and 2, but all right. And Hobbs is going to jump, and did they throw the flag? No, they did not, so Hobbs got back, handed off, and keeping it himself will be the quarterback, Guardiola, and he'll take it to the right side and pick up another 4, and it'll be another first down for Las Cruces.
Again, TJ, like a coach used to tell me, too many first down is too close to a touchdown. And so you want to be able to stop, and you want to be able to not only put pressure on the quarterback, but also on the running back where you want to make him timid. But, again, man, it's a great quarterback on Las Cruces and also a great running back.
So Guardiola will have it first down and 10. Ball spotted at the 29-yard line. Send a man in motion from the left to the right. Fake the handoff and back to pass. Guardiola guns it over the middle. Has a man wide open at the 45, and that is Diego Lopez, his big tight end, and so that's going to be 15, 20, 25, 29 yards to Diego Lopez, and it'll be a first down and into Hobbs Eagle territory.
And again, like I said, TJ, Las Cruces know that, hey, they know that we run. But we also want to show them something different that we also can throw the ball to as well. And Hobbs had a little bit of trouble, the defense of, passes getting thrown behind them in the backfield. So, man, if they can be able to stop those, man, I believe they will make them and force them to run the game the whole time.
So it'll be first down and 10 from the 36-yard line inside Hobbs Eagle territory. Handed off to Amaro. Nope, actually Guardiola keeps it himself, and he crosses the 30 to the 29-yard line before, again, McPherson rips him down. Zimbardi also went on the tackle, but it'll be a pickup of 8 on the quarterback keeper for Guardiola. So now second down and 8, just underway here in the second quarter, all tied up at 7. Las Cruces, though, knocking on the door, taking advantage of a big play. Single receiver left, single to the right. They'll move that right side receiver in as a tight end on the right. They'll run it with Amaro, cross the 25 to the 23-yard line. And again, it's McPherson who brings him down. And so it'll be a pickup of 6 that time for Amaro, and that is the 7th first down of the first half for Las Cruces. They have dominated time of possession, to be sure.
You don't want to allow this to keep continuing throughout the game as a defensive team.
From the 22-yard line, first down and 10. And the handoff again to Amaro. Sweeps it to the left, cuts it back. He's to the 10, to the 5, and into the end zone for a Las Cruces touchdown as Amaro 22 yards to the house for his second TD of the evening. 78 rushing yards on 12 carries for Daniel Amaro. And so it'll be point after time now for this Las Cruces team as they take the lead 13-7.
And like we said, TJ, earlier, Las Cruces coming out here to play, man. They want to be able to keep that record up on them and, being undefeated. So Hobbs got to be able to take that, in consideration and be like, we got to put pressure on them.
So it'll be Esparza on to attempt the extra point. Esparza, a left-footed kicker, and the kick is up, and it is good. With 9:47 to go first half, Las Cruces 14, Hobbs 7. Hobbs Eagle football back in 1 minute. It's a 94-yard drive for Las Cruces High School, capped off by Daniel Amaro's 22-yard sweep into the end zone for the touchdown. The point after is good, and with 9:47 remaining in the first half, Las Cruces back up in this one by a score of 14-7. I'm TJ Miracle filling in for Ty Friend tonight, alongside Sav Anthony, Tiff Stuber in studio engineering and producing. As Amaro will tee it up. Pardon me, that's Esparza, and he will kick it away, a high end-over-ender. And Hobbs is going to bobble. It's just going to have to be picked up and come back across the 10 to the 15, getting a block, looking for some room, still looking for some room, and to the 15 for Justice French, but nothing else doing, and we've got some laundry on the field. Generally, when something like that in that neighborhood, you got a hold or maybe a block in the back, Sav.
Yeah. And then again, when you running the ball like that, you want to be able to shoot up the field once you get it. And like a coach would tell me,
we're actually going to have a face mask on Las Cruces.
Oh.
So it wasn't the personal foul variety, so it's just a 5-yard penalty. So a 5-yard penalty on Las Cruces. They're first of the ball game. Yeah, but it'll give Hobbs a little bit better field position. That'll bring them out to the 21-yard line. Trailing now 14-7, 9.5 to go here in the first half. Stack Twins left, Stack Twins right. Single back in the backfield with Medrano. Medrano points out the coverages, gets it, throws the wide receiver screen, coming near side to the 25, 28, 29, where the big hit is put on as Josh Ortiz. He picks up 8. And that was a hard sledding 8. He goes down when he is popped in the mouth by Michael Diaz. But still, 8 yards, you'll take that. And that's the first completion in a while for the Eagle pass offense.
And you know what? We've been seeing some great, moves from Josh Ortiz in the previous games.
So it'll bring up a 2nd down and 2. Hand it off on the right side, looking for some room. That was Jesse Nelson as he's going to cross the 35 to the 36-yard line. It'll be a pickup of 7 for Nelson, the junior, on his first carry of the ball game. Moves the chains for the Eagles, their third first down of the ball game.
And one thing I like about Nelson, man, is a heck of a player when he's on that field.
He is a kid who, even though he's not real big, runs fearless, as my coaches used to say. Looking to pass. Medrano down the sideline. It is complete at the 45, to the 40, to the 30, and a shoestring saving tackle as the Hobbs Eagles with a huge completion right there, as that'll be to Braddock Beatty. And so let's see, that's 14, 15, 20, 25, 30. 35, 40, 47 yards to Braddock Beatty and move the chains. First down, Eagles.
And you got to give it to Medrano for giving to his hands, and Beatty is a dependable receiver.
1st and 10 now from the Las Cruces 22-yard line. Nelson in the backfield, this time with Medrano. Madrano waits on it, hands it to Nelson, and he'll just go right into the teeth of the line and cross the 20 to the 19-yard line. Tough sledding inside for Nelson. 3 yards and second down and 7. Score updates from our other 2 Lee County games tonight. Tatum all over Lordsburg at the half, 36-0. And it is Lovington over Goddard, 14-6. As Madrano goes to the right corner of the end zone. 6 on the board. Touchdown, Eagles. He fired it in there. And, they're going to say he was just out of bounds. Darn it, I thought he got him tapped in.
Man, but it was a great catch, though. Great throw by Madrano and great catch by French. But, unfortunately, guess he was out of bounds.
I guess so. So that'll bring up a second down, make that a third down and about 7 for the Eagles. And, oh, no, we're under a lightning delay as the sirens go off. So we are under a lightning delay right now. So that means 30 minutes on the lightning delay. It is 7:43 now, which means the earliest we could get back to play would be 8:15. 14-7 is our score. Madrano, through what we've gotten right now is, let's see, he is 4 of 10 for 72 yards. He also has Hobbs' touchdown. He's got 6 carries for 87 yards. Taking a quick look at Las Cruces' numbers, Gunnar Guardiola is 4 of 5 for 46 yards. And Daniel Amaro, 12 carries, 78 yards, and he has both the touchdowns for Las Cruces. So the lightning delay has bit us again, Sav. So, Tiff, I think we will at this point just send it back to the studio for a little while. So just go ahead and take it back to the studio, and we will rejoin you here in just a few minutes from the Field of Dreams. Hobbs Eagle football on Cool 95.7, the Cool 95.7 app. Also on the Hobbs Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Eagle football here on Cool 95.7 as the human lightning rod. Sav Anthony alongside. I'm TJ Miracle. As the lightning delay continues, right now the earliest we could get back to play would be probably right at 9 o'clock. There are some storms here in the Las Cruces, El Paso area all around us. This is going to be one of those storms where we don't see a drop of rain, Sovereign, but anytime for the safety of the kids, anytime there's lightning detected within 10 miles of the stadium, then it's a 30-minute delay. And every lightning strike, it resets that 30-minute delay. So right now, with Hobbs trailing 14-7, but on the march with 8:09 to go in the second quarter, we are in the lightning delay. Latest strike happened approximately 5 minutes ago. So we would be looking right now, allowing them to come back out onto the field at around 8:50, and then we would resume probably after the warm-up period, I would guess a little bit after 9, sometime 9:15-ish right now, and that's assuming we don't get any more lightning in the area. It's been an exciting game so far, and hopefully we will get to continue this one and play it. I really do not want to have to spend the night in Las Cruces. I am not packed to spend the night in Las Cruces to redo this one tomorrow. But right now, still in a lightning delay. Hopefully the weather will move out of the area and we'll be able to resume a little bit after 9 o'clock. Keep it here on Cool 95.7 and also on the Hobbs Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com for the latest updates. We will keep you up to date from here at the Field of Dreams in Las Cruces. For Ty Friend, I'm TJ Miracle, and we're still here, and we'll be back with you hopefully before too long for more Hobbs Eagle football on Cool 95.7. Welcome back to Hobbs Eagle Football on Cool 95.7, the Cool 95.7 app, the Hobbs Sports YouTube channel, and on HobbsAmerica.com. I'm TJ Miracle sitting in for Ty Friend tonight alongside Sav Anthony. Tiff Stuber in studio engineering and producing. So after a 90-minute rain delay, we might actually get to play a little football again here, Sav. 14-7 is our score. The Hobbs Eagles trailing the top-ranked Las Cruces High Bulldogs, but they are on the march, and so when we get back out there, you know, it'll be Hobbs football, and they are deep in Las Cruces territory with 8:09 to go in the second quarter.
Man, I'm ready to see them come out here and play again, man. The delay can sometimes get you, man. I'm starting to feel like the players now. I think I should get up and stretch and do a little bit. You know, we was on a delay too as well. But again, I'm ready to see some great football. I'm ready to see this game continue, roll out smooth, and so we can see a great football on this great Friday Night Lights.
Well, hopefully so. The question I think now becomes which team is going to handle the layoff, that 90 minutes in the locker room, the best, because sometimes that can change your complete outlook on things. You know, even though I know the coaches are telling them, you know, stay loose, you know, keep stretching, keep hydrating. They're kids. Sometimes that's not going to happen, and sometimes you just lose focus when your whole way of doing things is disrupted. So which team is going to come out the best and is going to deal with what was a long delay? Which one's going to handle it best, especially for 8.5 minutes or 8 minutes and 9 seconds before we go into halftime. So, yeah, we're going to play 8 minutes of clock time, then have 10, 15 minutes of halftime, and then hopefully get the second half in. Maybe a shortened halftime because there are storms coming up from Mexico right now, and we are not far from Mexico here in Las Cruces. But, yeah, hopefully we'll get this whole game played. So back to it as we are on the field. It is Hobbs, 3rd down and 7 as we resume action here at the Field of Dreams in Las Cruces. Hobbs is sitting on the 19-yard line just inside the Las Cruces red zone, trailing by 7 and looking to add to it. So Medrano back in there. He's got a running back in the backfield with him, I believe. That is Nelson. Waiting on it, and the handoff, actually, that's Hill. His first carry of the night takes it across the 15 down to the 14-yard line. It'll be a 5-yard carry for Hill, his first carry of the night. And I've got to think Coach Stevens going to go for it on 4th down and call it a short 4, long 3.
I mean, only being, 4 and 3, I believe, hey, you got players back there in the backfield that's able to get some yards, so why not?
Go for the 3 yards. Twins left, twins right. Good snap. Medrano back to pass. Goes to the right side and miscommunication. He was throwing that little curl route, or the receiver ran the curl route. He threw a corner route, and so that'll be the second time over on downs for the Hobbs Eagles, and they misfire and give it back to Las Cruces with 7:35 to go here in the first half of play. Now it's going to be up to the defense to come out and see if they can put a stop together right here. They're going to need one, and don't forget Las Cruces will have the ball to start the second half too. Of course, also worth noting, once we hit halftime of this one, half the game will be played, and they can call it an official game after that should we have more weather come in. So Guardiola back out there from the pistol formation, sends a man in motion. He will hand it off, and nope, he will fake the handoff, looking to pass. Comes up the near sideline, has a man wide open, and through the hands of Winnikoff. And that would have been a touchdown for sure. But fortunately, Winnikoff not able to hang on to the ball. He was 3 steps behind Garcia trying to play catch up there.
Man, and they got him, man, with the fake. And so again, Hobbs defense could not let anything get in the backfield behind them, and so, man, he was almost gone if he would have caught that pass.
So now it'll be 2nd down and 10 for Las Cruces High. They are at their own 16. Of course, they started their last drive at their own 6 and punched it in, a 94-yard drive, looking at an 84-yard field this time. So it looks like Guardiola will be by himself in the backfield this time. Well, they're going to keep Amaro back there with him on 2nd down and 10. Send a man in motion to the tight end on the left side. Back to pass. Guardiola dumps it off. Gets it to Amaro, and he is going to be hit as he gets to the 19-yard line. Good job there. Pardon me, that's Winnikoff, who gets his 4th catch of the night. And Amron Wheeler on the stop after a pickup of 3.
And man, Wheeler had a great rush in last game, last week against El Paso. So man, if he can keep that up and keep continuing that, man, I believe he can put a lot of pressure on the quarterback.
So now it'll be 3rd down and 7 to go for Las Cruces High. Hobbs defense trying to force a 3 and out after the 90-minute delay. Man in motion left to right. Fake the handoff, looking left, throwing left, and underthrown and thrown behind the intended target, Misquez. So incomplete, and it'll be 4th down. I got to think punt time for Coach Lopez.
And that's what you want to do. You want to be able to make the other team punt. And so I believe that was a great improvement and a great stop by the defense. What you think?
Yes, it was. We talked about it earlier before the delay. The question for Hobbs might not be could it put points up, which is becoming a bit of a question at this point, but could the defense get any stops? And, hey, there's the stop that they may have needed. Hobbs looks like they may be coming after this one. And whistles sound, and they're going to throw flags, and I think somebody might have jumped, unless they're going to call unless Hobbs was trying to line up offsides, unless they, I don't know, we'll just have to see. Not sure I've seen that one before the lines are set, unless the guys got to jaw on a little bit. And we're going to have false start on Las Cruces, so they thought they were set, then moved it back. Just the second penalty tonight on the Bulldogs for 10 yards, so it'll go to 4th and 12 now. Now's when you really want to think about coming at it. The punter is right on the line for his own end zone. Good snap. Punter gets to it. Not any pressure at all, and he gets off a booming punt. Going to be fielded by number 4 back at the 45. Then he runs backwards, takes it to the far sideline to the 50 and out. Mora probably gets 3 or 4 yards more than that if he doesn't try to make something happen there, Sav.
Yes, man. I didn't think he was going to catch it, but I thought he was going to fair catch it. But I believe I seen a flag thrown on the field.
Yep, we've got some laundry on the far side. When you've got a player that reverses field like that, it puts your linemen and your gunners off. I would be willing to bet you we've got a block in the back or maybe a hold on the return team, which would be the Hobbs Eagles. So the far side judge discussing it with the head official, the white cap, if you will. So he's going to come over and let us know what is going on. And they're pointing at Hobbs, so let's see what they say it's going to be. They will signal up to the booth. Still waiting on a signal. And it'll be a legal block in the back on the Eagles. So that'll be a 10-yard penalty on Hobbs, and they will set up 1st down and 10, but it'll move them back to around the 30-yard line. It's just the second accepted penalty for Hobbs. Really and truly, you've got 1 penalty, 10 yards, 2 penalties, 11 yards to be statistically accurate. So on to the 27-yard line with 6:26 remaining here in the first half. Hobbs trailing 14-7. Let's see if the offense can take advantage of what the defense gave them, forcing a 3 and out on Las Cruces. Bulldogs show blitz. Now they move out of it. Medrano, huge hole up the middle, and somehow as he crosses the 30, one of the Las Cruces linebackers comes over and manages to grab him. I believe that was Isaac Gomez, who saved a much bigger gain than he got, but it's still good for 7 on the legs of Medrano, and 2nd down and 3. 7 carries, 94 yards for Medrano. Good snap. Throws the wide receiver screen. That one will be complete across the 40 and to the 42-yard line. Nice job there. Just a quick pitch and catch as that one complete to Justice French. So he goes from the out to the 34. It'll be about 7 yards to French and move the chains. 1st down, Eagles.
Man, that's what you want to do. You want to keep moving up the field.
Matriculating the ball down the field, as the late, great Hank Stram would have said. They're going to throw the same pass this time. It'll be complete and trying to reverse his field, but not going to work that time as Beatty trying to make something happen. Actually going to wind up losing 3 yards on the play. So a completion, but you lose 3 yards. Owlsy, ow. They're going to be a little nice and just make it a 2-yard loss. So 2nd down and 12 now for the Eagles. So Beatty with the 2-yard loss, though, still 2 catches for 45 yards. Not a bad average at all on a 2nd down and 12. Empty set in the backfield. Nope, as keeping it himself. Nope, the handoff that time will go to Hill, and then a hat comes off. Hill with a good run there. Call it a pickup of 5. Tough running, 2 carries, 10 yards for DeMarcus Hill. It is the second quarter, by the way. You have second quarter on the bug. Okay, perfect. So on now a 3rd down and 5. Trips to the right, single receiver to the left. Rolling to the right, Medrano gets a little room, and then a good pursuit as he is tripped up from behind, as coming out with the tackle there is number 50, and so that'll be Obi Nab, and so it'll be 4th down and 4. So 1 yard pickup officially for Medrano. And now decision time if you are Coach Stevens. And right around midfield, this is what Stevens does. He goes for it. So from the 49-yard line, 4th down and a long 3. And trying to jump, and Las Cruces jump, but they didn't break the plane. So Hobbs will have to reset with 3, with 2, with 1 on the play clock. And they're not going to get that one off, as it'll be delay of game on the Eagles. So delay of game, and so now it'll go to 4th and about 8, and so I've got to think it will be punt time now for Hobbs. I've always wondered this, Sav, and it's been too long since I've been in a football huddle. I know when we would do stuff like that, trying to get the other team to jump with a hard count, then, and they waved the flag off, so timeout for Hobbs. But let's go ahead and finish the thought. We would always send in 2 plays, and so if you didn't get them, there's the hard count, but, if you didn't get the hard count, then you might call – whatever the play that your coaches were thinking was. Is that not the case anymore, maybe?
Man.
Because I've noticed that a lot over the last, say, 20 years in high school ball especially.
Man, you know what, man? A lot of things have changed, man, and times has changed. And then so since it's like that all the way passed down, even from the big leagues all the way down to the high school, I think everybody just follow that, where it's like, you know what? We're just going to go ahead and follow that.
And so I guess that's what they're doing. So Hobbs takes their first time out. While we've got a moment, big thank you to all of our great sponsors, and thank you for sticking with us through that 90-minute rain delay. Couldn't do it without Lee County State Bank, Forest Tire Company, TDS, Divine Energy Services, DNC Electric, Eastern New Mexico University, Lasco Construction, also NMR Pipeline, Outlaw Grill, Eunice Pump and Supply, Hobbs Express, JBW Solutions, SunGuard Precision, Bel Air Bowl, Devon Energy, Badger, and Master Plumbers. I'm TJ Miracle for Ty Friend alongside Sav Anthony. So now on a 4th down and 4, Medrano rolls to the right, tucks it, takes it himself, keeps on his feet, tippy toes out, and he is going to be very close to first down yardage. I think he got the line to gain. He needed the 46. I think he needed the 47. They're going to give him the 46 and move the chains. First down, Eagles.
And that's how you do it, man. It's like when Medrano run that ball, he gets you on your tippy toes to know he's going to get a play done.
And Medrano over the century mark now, 6 carries, 101 yards. He'll hand it to Hill on a delay to the right side, and he gets slammed down, suplex WWE style after a 2-yard gain. One of the linebackers floated through there. That was Michael Diaz. He's trying out, I guess, for WWE, and it'll be a 2-yard gain for Hill. I mean, that was almost a textbook suplex. Wonder if he's on the wrestling team. Twins left, twins to the right. Hill still in the backfield with Medrano. Send a man in motion from the left to the right. Good snap, fake the handoff, throw it across the middle, and leading the intended target, Beatty, too far, incomplete. And so now it'll be 3rd down and 8 for Hobbs.
Man, yeah, a little too far, in front of the receiver, but great play. Great play ran and great route by Beatty.
So now on a 3rd down and 8, 3:22 remaining here in this second quarter. Hobbs trailing by a touchdown, 14-7, giving the number 1 team in the coaches poll everything they can handle. So Hobbs going to come out, trips to the left, single receiver to the right. Medrano waits on it. He'll keep it himself, and he is tripped up at the line, but then he just bowls forward and gets it to the 40-yard line. That was a tough sledding 40 for the Hobbs quarterback, dragging a couple of those big Cruces linemen up front with him. The big boy right there will turn around. I will get his number for you. I believe that's Damian Montez. So 4 more yards for Medrano, and now on 4th down, going to the right side on the curl, gets Beatty in stride across the 30 to the 29-yard line, pickup of 11, and move the chains. First down, Hobbs.
And man, Medrano's getting it done, but again, like Beatty, man, Beatty is a dependable receiver. That's a receiver you can depend on to make a play.
88 yards on 15 attempts now for Medrano as they move it inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. First down and 10 for Hobbs on the march. Twins left, twins right. Medrano with it, has time. Now he's going to be sacked, and, well, he throws it away, but I think they're going to get, nope, they said there was somebody at least close enough. You've got to be careful when you just let them fly like that there's somebody at least in the zip code there. So Hobbs gets a little bit of a break there, no intentional grounding. But, yeah, it looked like Las Cruces' end right there knew exactly what Hobbs called. Looked like maybe he might have been in Hobbs' huddle with him. Trips to the left side, this time single receiver to the right. Hand it to Hill. Hit in the backfield, not a lot of room to run. He'll get a yard, maybe two out of it, as again a very active Michael Diaz brings him down. So 2 more yards for Hill, 4 carries for 14 yards. And 3rd and 8 now for Hobbs.
And I believe if Coach run the ball a little bit to the left side of the open field, I believe, man, Hill can be able to make a couple yards.
He does seem to keep sending it over to that strong side. Twins to the left, and send a man in motion from the right to the left. Good snap. Medrano rolls strong side, throws it, and overthrows Justice French over there, incomplete. And so now it'll be 4th down and 8. Looks like they will go for it. Yeah, maybe they're just trying to lull everybody into thinking they're going to keep running to that short side instead of going where you've got some more room to work here. And so it'll be 4th down and 8 for the Eagles. They will go for it. Ball spotted on the 27-yard line. They need to get it just inside the 20 to about the 19. Good snap, Medrano with it. Pressure comes, steps up, fires, goes down the seam, into the end zone. 6 on the board. Touchdown, Eagles, as Braddock Beatty all by himself, 27 yards to the house, and we've got a 1-point ball game.
Man, I told you, Beatty is those receivers that you can depend on, and you got to give it to Medrano for laying it right in his hands.
115 through the air and a touchdown for Medrano. 83 on 4 catches and a touchdown for Braddock Beatty. 2:04 to go here in the first half. The point after to come. Cruces looks like they're going to bring everything, including the kitchen sink, after it. As Beatty on to attempt the extra point. Low snap, it's handled though, and then the kick is up. It dinks off the pole and falls in front of the goalpost, and so a doink with 2:04 to go in the first half. Las Cruces leading 14-13. We will be back with more Hobbs Eagle football here on Cool 95.7. The Hobbs Eagles take the punt, drive it down the field, and then cash it in on a 4th and 8 as Braddock Beatty takes the strike from Junior Medrano, and the score is good. The point after, unfortunately, dinking off the left upright, but still, it's a 1-point ball game now. 2:04 to go in the first half. On the kickoff, goes to the left side, going to be fielded at the 15, out to the 20, to the 25, to the 30, with some room to the 40, to the 50. It's a foot race, and finally Beatty will bring down the return man at the 40-yard line, as turning on the flash and the Jets there was that Gunnar Guardiola, the quarterback, who returned that? No, that can't be right. I think that may be Aldo Gallegos. So that is great field position for the Bulldogs, now just leading by 1. Actually, they say it's Isaac Gomez. So, all right, eventually I knew we were going to get the right player. So Gomez with the big return, and Las Cruces is in business inside Hobbs territory. From the 40-yard line, Twins to the right, single receiver to the left. High snap, Guardiola going to hand it off. Coming around the near side is Amaro. Across the 35 to the 34 to the 33-yard line. 7 yards for Amaro. 2nd down and 3. Good pursuit on the near side by Zimbardi, who actually winds up bringing him down.
And what the defense want to do, they want to be able to take care of their advantages.
2nd down and 3 from the near hash mark. Guardiola changing the play at the line. Waits for Amaro in the backfield with him. He'll hand it to Amaro, a little bit of hesitation, and he'll cross the 30 to the 29-yard line. It'll be a pickup of 4, and it'll be the 9th first down of the ball game for Las Cruces.
And to be honest, man, on Las Cruces, I've just been seeing the running back, the quarterback, and I believe number 2, which is Winnikoff. If I'm not mistaken, man.
Other than Carrasco, who had 1 carry earlier, that's it.
Yes, and that's who they're giving it to. So I believe the defense can make a stop on those players.
When Diego Lopez had the long catch for 29 yards, the tight end. Twins to the left side, fake the handoff, throw it, and that one is going to be scooped up by Lopez, and he'll pick it up at the 22-yard line as they're going into a hurry-up mode, so 7 yards to Lopez. And it'll be a 2nd down and 3. Under a minute to play here in the first half. Don't know why they're going hurry up. They've still got 2 timeouts. To Amaro, takes it over the left guard, gets across the 20, down to about the 17-yard line.
Seems like a helmet is off on the field.
And so it'll be a pickup of 5 for Amaro. He's got 94 yards rushing. And it'll be a first down, 10th of the game for Las Cruces. Clock continues to move, 38 seconds. Again, I don't know why they're getting in such a big hurry. They've got the timeouts if they want to use them. So 1st and 10 as they'll take it down to the 18-yard line. Fake the handoff on the play fake. Stepping up, Guardiola, corner of the end zone, and that will be caught. Touchdown for Winnikoff from 18 yards out. And so the 18-yard touchdown strike, Guardiola to Winnikoff, will make this a 20-13 ball game. But now I think I know why they were in such a hurry, Soft. Las Cruces High gets the ball to start the second half. So just like that, it could go from a 1-point ball game to a 2-touchdown ball game coming out of half.
And that's what you don't want as the opponent team. So, I mean, maybe they get a stop coming up in the second half, but
Guardiola only 74 yards through the air, but that was a biggie, and the kick is up, and it is into the south end zone and good. 27 seconds remaining here in the first half. It is Las Cruces 21, Hobbs 13. We're back in 30 seconds on Cool 95.7 in the Hobbs Sports YouTube channel. A brilliant kickoff return by an unheralded up back gives Las Cruces great field position, and then they punch it into the end zone. Guardiola to Winnikoff. The point after is good, and 27 seconds to go here in the first half. Hobbs now trails 21-13 with Sav Anthony. I'm TJ Miracle. Now, the same thing I said about Las Cruces a minute ago does apply to Hobbs. They do still have 2 timeouts. And I think it's going to be important to try and mount something here late because Cruces will start with the football in the second half as that one is going to go all the way into the end zone. So Hobbs will have 27 seconds and 80 yards looking at them, but they do still have 2 timeouts.
Man, beautiful kick by Las Cruces. And again, with 27 seconds on the clock, I mean, a lot of things can happen, man. The impossible can happen right now. We can see something great. We can see another catch by Beatty right now, and so you just never know. So hopefully they can be able to get up to the end zone before the second half come about.
Hopefully so. You don't want to be playing from 2 touchdowns behind, to be sure. Twins to the right side, single receiver to the left. Hobbs driving to the north end zone. That is right to left on your radio dial from our perspective. Keeping it himself, Medrano crosses the 25, cuts it back across the 30, to the 35, to the 40, gets away from a tackle, to the 45, to the 50, and he will step out of bounds in Las Cruces territory at the 42-yard line, so there is 38 yards for Junior Medrano and move the chains. First down, Eagles. Big play there.
I'm telling you, it's like when Madrano get the ball in his hands, you on your tippy toes. You don't know whether he's going to score, he's going to do something amazing. So great run by Madrano right there.
Spotted at the 41-yard line, 1st and 10. Madrano 142 yards on 11 carries. So 17 seconds to go as they stop the clock to set the ball. Madrano waits on it. High snap, handles it. Rolls to the right. Everybody moves right. He will fire on the run, and the receiver falls down, and they are going to throw flags for pass interference. And it's coming up and saying, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Denton Walter. Well, the official threw the flag like you did, so my guess is probably, young man, you did. Because there wasn't any hesitation there. Let's see for sure if that is going to be confirmed. Of course, the turf may be a little bit wet, but yep, pass interference defense. And so that'll move the chain. 7th first down for Hobbs. As the red, white, and blue Bulldog faithful not liking that one, but it'll be a 15-yard penalty. And now Hobbs all the way down to the 25-yard line.
And this gives them an advantage right here to be able to score. I mean, you got 11 seconds, but
you do. You've got time to go to the end zone. Ball at the 25-yard line. You've probably got time for maybe 2 plays the way things work in high school. Trips to the right side. Low snap. Madrano handles it. Steps up in the pocket. Looks to the left. He gets away from trouble. Crosses the 25, and he will step out at the 21-yard line with 4 seconds to go. A 5-yard pickup for Madrano. And so now it is 2nd down and 5, but really more importantly, there's only 4 seconds on the clock. Are they going to bring the field goal unit in? Wow, I'm not sure. I don't just take a shot at the end zone, but they are electing for points. So Braddock Beatty on to attempt the field goal. It'll be from 37 yards out. Bruce is going to bring everybody at it. The snap is good, the hold is good, but the kick is well off to the right as Beatty misses the 37-yard field goal and leaves 3 seconds on the clock for Las Cruces. No offense to young Mr. Beatty. He is a fairly reliable kicker, but the edge of his range, he was probably on it right there.
Right. And personally, as a coach, I would have went for it. But, teach his own, and so believe
I've always said there's a reason I sit up here and I am not down there, and that is one of those decisions that's why I would not do it. And so Las Cruces decides just to call it a half. So we have played a half of football from here at the Field of Dreams in Las Cruces, and the Hobbs Eagles trailing the Las Cruces Bulldogs by a score of 21-13. We'll take a 3-minute timeout and come back with your halftime report. If we have a halftime, no, the teams aren't going to the locker rooms. So we'll see what's going on. We'll go ahead and take a timeout and be right back in just a couple of minutes. Hobbs Sports YouTube, HobbsAmerica.com, and right here on Cool 95.7. Here at an abbreviated halftime at the Field of Dreams, it is Las Cruces 21, Hobbs 13. I'm TJ Miracle, sitting in for Ty Friend alongside Sav Anthony. Quick look at the numbers. Gunnar Guardiola, which is one of the best football names, frankly, in the state. He goes 7 of 10 for 74 yards, a touchdown, and an interception in the first half. Francisco Winnikoff, his favorite target, 5 catches, 38 yards, and a touchdown. Daniel Amato has had his way pretty much tonight. 15 carries, 94 yards, and 2 touchdowns. 74 through the air, 113 collectively for Las Cruces on the ground. 187 total yards. They were flagged 3 times for 25 yards. For Hobbs, Junior Medrano goes 50-50, 9 of 18 for 115 yards. 1 touchdown, no INTs. That TD coming to Braddock Beatty, who's got 4 catches for 83 yards tonight. On the ground, it's been the Junior Medrano show. 12 carries, 147 yards, including a 76-yard touchdown run. Haven't gotten a lot out of the other running backs, but still, when you got a running back with 147, even if he's your quarterback, that's fine. 115 through the air, 174 on the ground, 289 total yards. Hobbs flanked 3 times for 16 yards in the first half. So you're down by 8 points, Sav. Las Cruces is going to get the ball back, but you've gotten 100 more yards, almost exactly, than the other team in the first half.
And you know what? And that's a good thing. And you want to be able to, make those yards as in touchdowns too as well. Be able to pull them out. But having yards is great. And so if they can keep that up, I believe this game can turn out in a way where we wouldn't believe it would turn out. But we don't know yet. Las Cruces is playing, but the defense got to be able to make a stop. Offense got to be able to make some plays, and I believe we can see some great things tonight.
Certainly could, and they're going to need the stop, I think, to start here in this third quarter. Other scores coming in from Lee County action tonight. The Tatum Coyotes knock off the Lordsburg Mavericks tonight, 52-14, and late in the fourth quarter from Lovington, the Blue Cats, the Wildcats, looks like they're going to get their second win of the season and their third win in a row over Goddard. They lead that one 44-26. So back here at the Field of Dreams as we start the third quarter of play. Hobbs will be kicking off to Las Cruces. The teams will continue to move the same way they were in the second quarter. Of course, we had a 90-minute lightning delay, which means that, of course, they elected to, and I think wisely, and I'm not complaining at all, to go with just a quick little breather period of 5 minutes. So we are back to the action, third quarter, getting ready to kick off here from the Field of Dreams in Las Cruces. So Hobbs special teams, don't let them get a big return here, Sav.
Yes, you don't want anything like that to go past you, so hopefully they can go down there and make a tackle.
Let's see what they can do as Beatty will come up on it, and he will just pop it up. One of the up men going to field it and then slide down at the 33-yard line. As grabbing that one and just sliding down was Mateo Montoya. So it'll be 1st and 10. And I like that, keep them from getting an opportunity for a big return. So now it'll be up to the defense. So from the 33-yard line, 1st and 10 for Las Cruces as Coach Lopez spends a long time with his team out there. They have not started the play clock. They're actually supposed to start it as soon as they set the ball, and they did not, but an extra 3-4 seconds. Probably not a big deal at this point. Gunnar Guardiola, he'll be by himself in the backfield. He bunches everybody else in tight. He's going to pitch it, and on the end around, that's Amaro. He's got some room to the 40, 45, to the 50, into Eagle territory at the 49-yard line. So that'll be a pickup of 18 for Amaro. That'll put him over the century mark, and it'll be 1st down for Las Cruces.
And as a defensive player, you want to be able to have your head on the swivel because I see Las Cruces love to run some good trick plays where they can be able to get your mind over here, over there, and be able to score. So with this team, you got to have your head on the swivel.
Yes, you do. And a little bit different look there with everybody bunched in tight, no receivers really, at least not split out. Now they'll go twins to the right, single receiver to the left. Send a man in motion, that's Winnikoff. He'll go to the tight end position, right side. Hand it off to Amaro. He slings it to the right side before he is knocked down after a gain of 1, maybe 2. And for the Hobbs Eagles on that stop, good job there by Jeremiah Mackey, who's been a little quiet tonight, but he had a good stop there.
And you know what? If they can be able to contain that and let nobody go past them like he just did, I mean, hey, can get a lot of stops right here.
Yes, they can. Just underway in the third quarter. Las Cruces sends a man in motion left to right. Waiting on it is Guardiola. Guardiola, three-step drop, looks to the left, fires across the middle, and he has got Winnikoff across the 25 and down to the 20-yard line. He guns that one down there for 27 to his favorite target, and it'll be a first down in the Hobbs red zone for Las Cruces.
As a corner, you don't want to let your receiver, get behind you or get past you like that. But, man, you got to give it to him, man. That was a great catch.
Yes, it was. He's got 6 catches for 65 yards. He does average over 100 yards a game. Might ought to think about doubling him up. Just a thought. And so from the Hobbs red zone, first down and 10 for Las Cruces. They lead by 8 and trying to add to it here in the third quarter. I'm not sure what the delay is. I didn't see a penalty call, but they move it down to the 10-yard line. So it had to be a 10-yard penalty on Hobbs somewhere. So I did not see the call, but all right, 3 penalties, 25 yards for Hobbs, actually 4 for 26. So now it'll be first and goal for Las Cruces from the 10-yard line. Send a man in motion to the right side. Hand it off to Amaro. He's going to try the right side, going for the corner, and he is hit as he crosses the 5 down to about the 2-yard line. For the Hobbs Eagles, Robert Garcia on that stop. Also, Javen Hernandez. It'll be a pickup of 8 on the play for Amaro, and it'll be second and goal from the 2.
And that's what you don't want. You don't want the offense to, keep getting advantages close down to the end zone where they can get so big-headed to be like, hey, we got it every time.
So now second and goal from the 2-yard line, trying to make this a 2-score ball game. A handoff to Amaro, goes right tackle and into the end zone for the touchdown. His third touchdown of the night, 19 carries, 123 yards, and 2 touchdowns makes this a 27-13 ball game in favor of Las Cruces. And Sav, exactly what we talked about in the abbreviated halftime. What if you're the Eagles, you didn't want to happen, which was them score on their opening possession of the half, just happened.
Man, you want to be able to make some stops. And then again, the game is not over. You
still got plenty of time.
You still have plenty of time, so hopefully they can get their head back in the game, keep going, and just move forward and push harder.
Emmanuel Esparza on to attempt the extra point. A snap a little bit high, but not a problem for Esparza as he kicks that one basically out to the street. And with 10:51 to go in the third quarter, it is Las Cruces 28, Hobbs 13. We are back in 30 seconds as Hobbs Eagle football continues in a moment. And welcome back to Hobbs Eagle football here on Cool 95.7 as the Las Cruces Bulldogs strike first in the second half. They move it down the field, and the point after is good. So now it'll be up to Hobbs to see if they can answer right here, right now. So coming up and kicking it away, it'll be Esparza. High end over ender, and Hobbs just going to watch that one fly into the end zone. So they'll take over first and 10 from the 20-yard line.
And Esparza, man, he's kicking that ball, man. You got to give it to him, man. He's kicking it all the way through the end zone.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good leg there. So first and 10 time now for the Hobbs Eagles, needing to respond. So from the 20-yard line, first down and 10. So now can you respond? That will be the big question here, because you do not want to fall further behind. Medrano having a great night, still in at the quarterback position. Keeps it, looks to throw, fires right, has a man at the 27-yard line, then across the 30, and that'll be enough for a first down. Great job there by Justice French to find his way through for a little bit more. It'll be 10 yards exactly and move the chains. First down for the Eagles.
And like a coach used to tell me, TJ, you never want to let the fire inside of you be put out. You want to keep it lit. So if they can keep that fire lit inside of them, I believe this game could still be a great game for them.
Hey, it's already been a pretty good one. Let's see if we can get back to within a score. Trips to the right, single receiver to the left. A little bit of a bobble there in the handoff. Going over to the right side is Hill, who's going to wind up with a yard, maybe 2 out of it. All going to depend on the spot. Looks like they are going to put it at the 32-yard line. So Hill with another couple of yards in his repertoire for tonight. 5 carries, 16 yards. Hey, that's still a 3-yard per average. That's not too bad at all. Twins to the left, hand it off. Hill goes to the right side. He crosses the 35 to the 36-yard line. Hey, doubled up. That's a 4-yard gain right there. And makes it a much more manageable third down, and we'll call it 3. So third and about 3 for the Eagles. Ball spotted at the 37-yard line with 9.5 minutes to go here in the third. Hobbs playing from behind. 28-13 is the score. Medrano going to look over to the sideline, change the play at the line. Single back in the backfield with him. High snap, Medrano looks near side, throws near side, and almost overthrows Beatty. He comes back and gets it. Makes a nifty little move. Crosses the 40 to the 45 to the 46-yard line. 10 yards to Braddock Beatty and move the chains. First down, Eagles.
And that's how you do it. That's how you do it. A way to get open by Beatty.
And a nice job to find a little space, and then he had to leap up to get that one and make some nifty moves to get that yardage. So now on a 1st and 10, Eagles on the march. Trailing 28-13, 9:05 to go here in the third. Twins left, Twins to the right from the near hash mark. Medrano with it. Pressure comes, dumps it underneath, complete to Hill. Got some room to the 50, to the 45, down to the 43-yard line. So let's see, that's 4, 9, 10, 11, 12 yards to Hill, and that'll move the chains. Another Hobbs first down, their 10th of the night.
And great run by Hill and smart play by the coach.
Yes, it was. And just almost a desperation throw from Medrano. Now he's going to roll right, looks to throw, pump fake, fires, and that one is right into the hands of one of the Bulldogs. He has got some room up the sideline to the 40, to the 50-yard line, and the INT, just like that, can flip the momentum on its head. And so coming up and making that grab was Isaac Gomez with the INT. And so Hobbs' first turnover of the game comes at a horrible time right there, Sav.
Yes, man, plays like that. Because to be honest, I thought he was going to run the ball, but he ended up throwing it. But, man, you don't want to make mistakes like this, especially with a score like this and at a time like this.
No, that's not what you want at all. Now, they are going to say he stepped out before he got back into Hobbs territory. So from the 43-yard line, first down and 10, that's where Guardiola will take back over. 2 tight ends in the ball game, 2 receivers set. Now we go 3 tight end look. Hand it off to Amaro. Tries to sweep it out to the left. Hobbs does a nice job trailing him down the line as McPherson and Mackey teaming up to push him out after a pickup of 3. That's 20 carries, 126 yards for Daniel Amaro.
And for this game's momentum not to be changed, the defense really have to come out here and be able to stop the offense.
That would be a good thing, because if not, you're looking at a situation here where now you're down by 3 scores and a team that can grind it out. Guardiola back to pass, and that one will be batted down. Good job by Hobbs putting pressure on in the backfield. As I believe that was Amron Wheeler. It was number 15 who got the big hands up there and batted that one down.
And Wheeler is actually a great defensive player, man. If he could be able to do this every time, every second, I believe, man, they're going to have trouble with him.
3rd and 7 from the 47-yard line. Bulldogs in their own territory. Eagles trying to get a defensive stop. Man in motion from the right to the left. They do that just about every play. Play fake. Coming to the right side, gunning it underneath, and that one will be complete to Wizikoff at the 40-yard line. So that'll be good for 13 yards. And again, just single coverage on Winikoff, and he's burned him again. That's 7 catches now for 78 yards to Winikoff.
Man, you have to be able to put pressure on Winikoff because, hey, he's going to make those catches.
And another thing, Hobbs has not gotten really much pressure on Gunnar Guardiola when he's gone back to pass. So now a little confusion going on the sidelines as Guardiola finally gets the play in with 8 seconds to go on the play clock. Twins to the left side. Gets it off with 3 on the play clock. And moving around is Amaro. He's got some room. He's across the 30 to the 20. It's a foot race, 10-5. And he is into the end zone from 40 yards out. So a 40-yard touchdown run for Daniel Amaro. 40 yards out, his 3rd touchdown of the night. 21 carries, 166 yards for Amaro. And now it just became a much larger hill to climb for the Eagles.
Hey, and again, he's a great running back, man. And so the defense got to be able to make stops like that. And like you said, TJ, hopefully we can get our head back in the game and really make something happen.
Esparza on to attempt the extra point, and really, I mean, that's a game where they, the point after is up and good, and Las Cruces takes advantage of a Hobbs turnover. That's exactly what that was. That was a turnover touchdown. So with 7:47 to go in the third, it's Las Cruces 35, Hobbs 13. We'll be back in 1 minute. Hobbs Eagle football continues in a moment. Back here in Las Cruces as the Bulldogs take advantage of a Hobbs Eagle turnover and punch it into the end zone from 53 yards out as Esparza will punch that one out of the back of the end zone and through, and so Hobbs will take over 1st and 10 from the 20, Sav.
Man, the offense got to come out here and really have that fire litter than what it was coming in the first half. So I believe they still got a chance to be able to make plays happen, make a lot of things happen. I mean, hey, it's 7 minutes and 24 seconds in the third quarter, 35-13. I believe anything is possible.
Yeah, I think it certainly is. And, yeah, I mean, you've still got 7:24 to go. And, you know, anything, like you said, is possible. So we will see what the Eagles can come up with. Like I said, you've still got a long way to play in this one. So from the shotgun, it'll be Medrano. He looks near side, wants it all, comes up the seam and fires, and that one is going to be almost picked off as it was intended for it was intended for Ortiz. And then it was knocked away there by Montoya, but it'll be incomplete.
But it was a great throw. He had it right there.
It was a good throw. It was right there. Sorry, my brain went temporarily blank while my eyes crossed a little bit as I was looking down at my stat sheet. So it'll be 2nd down and 10. Eagles trailing with 7:17 to go in the third. I don't know, Sav, are you at the point of the game now? I mean, you still got 19 minutes of clock time where you abandon the run completely and go to the pass and whistles, and is it going to be a timeout for delay a game? I don't know if they're going to say a little hometown timing happened, and so they blew the whistle as the play clock went to nothing. But, yeah, they reset it, no penalty, and Medrano going to keep it himself. He's through the first level. He's across the 30 to the 32 and knocked forward down to the 35-yard line. 15 yards for Junior Medrano and moved the chains. First down, Eagles. Nobody told Hobbs that this one was over yet.
And that's right, man. That's what I love about Medrano. Like, remember, this is weight. Consider this scoreboard, this is weight, and he don't mind carrying it on his shoulders.
Twins to the left, twins to the right. Hobbs first down. Las Cruces shows blitz, then pulls back. Medrano coming near side, has a little room. That one will be complete to Ortiz, and he's going to be across the 50 into Bulldog territory at the 48-yard line. So that's going to be 15, 17 yards, and another Hobbs Eagle first down.
And you want to keep the ball moving just like this, And to be honest, sometimes it just requires the defense to step up to as well, but the offense is doing good right now.
Yes, they are. Let's see if they can keep it moving. Trips to the right, single receiver to the left. Waiting on it. Faking the handoff to Hill, and Medrano dragging a couple of guys with him. As hitting him quickly was Boharkis, and he needed a little help cleaning him up because Medrano said, I'm not going down, and he will get the ball to the 45-yard line. So a pickup of 2 for Medrano, but they were a tough 2. Second down and 8 now for the Eagles. 3 receivers right, single receiver to the left. Waiting on it, high snap. Medrano goes over the right tackle this time. And Bulls forward for about another 3 yards on that one. 15 carries, 167 yards for Junior Medrano. And so third down and around 5 for the Eagles. Right at the halfway mark of this third quarter, Hobbs trying to dig out of a 3-touchdown hole. Trailing 35-13. But that is a bit misleading. So the handoff to Hill. He starts it right, brings it back left. He's got some room. He drags some guys with him. He crosses the 35 to the 34-yard line. It'll be a pickup of 8 for DeMarcus Hill, his best run of the night so far. And did a nice job and trying to drag one of those big linemen who had latched onto his shoelace there. That was Jacob Soto.
That's why our coach said, hey, every time you get the ball, you always want to move your feet.
And moving his feet got him the first down. That'll be the 13th first down for the Eagles. Now they're going to change the play at the line. 15 seconds on the play clock. The Hobbs staff sends the new play in. 4 receiver set with 3 to the right side. Medrano, he's just going to run it across the 30 to the 29-yard line. Pick up a 4 for Junior. 171 on the ground for Medrano tonight.
And at this point, I'm thinking Medrano's telling the coach, I'll run the ball. I'll run the ball every time, man, because, man, Medrano is just moving up in yardage.
Trips right, single receiver to the left. Hill in the backfield with Medrano. Blitz comes. Medrano steps up, goes down the seam, and overthrows Ortiz. Had him as Ortiz had gotten a step on his defender back there, Morales. But just overthrows him a little bit, and so that'll be a second down, or rather a third down and 6 now for the Eagles. This is where they've kind of stalled out a little a couple of times tonight, Sav.
Yes, really, really, and that's true. And the thing I would like to say is even though the pass didn't work, you still want to be able to try it again and try it again.
Yes, you do. Keep them honest. Send a man in motion from the right to the left. Wait on it, hand it to Hill. He waits, gets away from one. Can't get away from the rest of the gang tackling of the Bulldogs. Is going to wind up with a couple of yards out of that. So call it 2 yards for Hill. He's got 30 yards on 8 carries. And so now it's a 4th down and 3 for Hobbs. They have to go for it.
At this point, you have to go for it.
Twins left, twins to the right. Hill stays in the backfield with Medrano. Medrano going to be pressured, flushed, gets out, goes to the right side, and he is tripped up and is going to be stopped short of the first down marker. I thought he had some room, but somehow, some way, that was Armando Ortiz, got enough of him to knock him down. It'll be a 3-yard gain, but he needed 4, and it'll go over on downs now for the Las Cruces Bulldogs. That is the 3rd over on downs tonight for the Eagles. And they've all been in about this neighborhood.
Yes, man. It's just that neighborhood can't quite get moved out of. So hopefully, man, they can still keep their head in the game. The defense can come out here and make stops, not allow anything in the backfield, and I believe we're still in this game.
And maybe a turnover would be appropriate. Might help swing that momentum back. So Guardiola and Amaro back out there. As they will move a man over to as a third tight end, hand it to Amaro. He's going to come to the right side, cuts it back to the left, looking for some room. He's got some room. He's across the 30, to the 35, to the 40, to the 50, to the 40, and finally going to be run out of bounds at the 33-yard line. So let's see, that's 25, 35, 44 yards for Daniel Amaro. And that'll put him, Sav, at 210 yards on the night rushing.
Man, one thing I see about him when he runs that football, he looks. He also opens his eyes as he runs the ball. He's just not running forward. He also opens his eyes. So, man, he's going to get up the field when you view the field like that.
44-yard gain now inside Hobbs territory from the 36-yard line. Make it the 37. Hand it to Amaro, and he's going to go left side this time. And he's going to wind up pulling a couple of Eagles with him for about 6 yards. So about a 5-6 yard gain. It'll depend on where they say he went down. They're going to say the 32-yard line. So it'll be 5 more for Amaro. Can you put that kid on the bench, please? I mean, 215 yards, 23 carries. He's gassed. He's got to be gassed. I'm tired talking about it. I'm impressed, but I'm tired.
Right.
And a hard count. Hobbs, I think, jumped. And did they throw the flag? Nope. Hobbs got back as Guardiola arguing. Now they're going to have to move it off. They've got 6 seconds left on the play clock. And, they could have got them for a false start. The handoff is going to be good for about 5 yards. Is that Amaro again, or nope, that wasn't Amaro. We have a new running back in the ball game. That young man will turn around so I can catch his number. That is number 14. That is Jackson Alba. He's going to pick up 5 on that one, and it'll be 3rd down and 1 with Amaro back in the ball game. 2:56 to go in the third, 35-13. This game, of course, delayed by 90 minutes due to weather. So on a 3rd down and 1, they shift Amaro to the right shoulder, and keeping it himself is Guardiola. And he's going to be to the 25 to the 24-yard line. He's going to pick up 3 on the play. So Guardiola will move the chains. 5 carries, 19 yards. 15th first down for Las Cruces High as they are knocking on the door of the red zone of the Hobbs Eagles here again. And really, I would be surprised, Sav, if we see another pass tonight from Las Cruces, especially if they score on this drive.
And you know what? Las Cruces thinking, like, if this is working right here, why not keep going with it?
Well, and keep running the ball, and it keeps the clock running and shortens the game up. And when you're up by 3 touchdowns, take as much time as you can. And handing it off on the end around, Ortiz spins at the 20 and then is slammed down hard. Nice move there by the Hobbs Eagle defender, came over and got him. And that was number 48. That was Aiden Gullum. As he put Misquez down and down hard. But he still picks up 7 on the play. So it'll be 2nd down and 3 after the end around. 1:45 remaining in the ball, or rather in the third quarter. But now Las Cruces is back in the red zone. Single receiver left, single receiver to the right. Low snap, hand it to Amaro. A little stutter step, brings it back to the right and runs into a black and gold wall. A white, black, and gold wall. It was 2nd and 3. Now it'll be 3rd and about 1. So 2 yards on the pickup for Amaro. So 3rd down and 1, and they can keep burning off more time and more clock. And I wouldn't be surprised if they held onto this ball and didn't snap it till it got down to around, maybe 5 or 6 on the play clock. They'll move Misquez over to the left tight end position, hand it off. We do have another new running back into the game who's down at about the 11-yard line. Let me see, or was that Amaro again? Yep, that was Amaro again. So he picks up another 5. 223 on 25 carries. Yowza. And the 16th first down of the ball game.
And you know what, man? They playing real smart out here. They want to be able to get it going, get it over with. Like you said, I believe they will keep running the ball.
So Alba going to come in to spell Amaro. As they'll put Wizikoff in on the right side and keep it to himself. Guardiola is hit at the 10, keeps dragging some Eagles with him down to the 8-yard line. 4 yards for Gunnar Guardiola. And it'll be second down. Well, they're going to give him some, it'll be 2nd and 6. That's about right. And that will do it for the third quarter of play. And so we head to the fourth. It is Las Cruces 35, Hobbs 13. Hobbs Eagle football continues in a moment. KLEA Hobbs Lovington, Cool 95.7.
Go.
Back here in Las Cruces at the Field of Dreams, the Hobbs Eagles trailing by 3 touchdowns, and the Las Cruces Bulldogs are knocking on the door. They've got a 2nd down and 6 inside the 10 at the 8-yard line. I'm TJ Miracle, filling in for Ty Friend alongside Sav Anthony. Thanks for being with us tonight. As we click to 10:15, we will have a very short postgame show, I've got a feeling. This game delayed by over 90 minutes due to lightning earlier. So the start of the fourth quarter, important now for the Eagles to get a stop right here if they can. They're going to bunch everybody in tight. Guardiola hands it off to Amaro, and kind of a weird play as he jumped left, jumped right. There was some confusion there, and there's a flag on the play. I've got to think that's in the neighborhood of a hold, Sav.
I believe so, too. I mean, when it's a hold like that, somebody's not moving their feet.
And it will be holding on Las Cruces. So move them back 10 yards. It'll go from 2nd and 6 to 2nd and 16. And there are some universes, I guess. You and I both like the superhero movies where you would decline that penalty and take the result of the play, which was no gain for 3rd down. But I like 2nd and 16 better than 3rd and 6, the way Las Cruces has been running the ball.
I'm right here with you.
So twins to the left, single receiver to the right as the Cruces offensive staff sends in the signals to Guardiola. He waits on it, good snap. He'll throw a running back screen to Amaro. He kind of slips a little bit in the backfield. The turf monster going to get partial credit for that one. He'll get down to the 15-yard line. So it'll be a completion of 3 yards to Amaro, his first catch of the night. And, of course, staying in bounds, clock going to move. The clock is definitely not the friend of the Eagles, down by 3 touchdowns here with now just 11 minutes remaining in the ball game.
And you got to give it to them. They are getting some stops right here. I'm seeing some stops, but you think these stops that they're getting right here will be able to help them win the game tonight?
I don't know. 3 touchdowns. Anything can happen, though, while you got time on the clock. As the quarterback guns it, Guardiola wanted to get Misquez about 3 yards into the end zone on the Las Cruces logo, appropriately enough, but really just gunned that one right through his hands. It'll be incomplete. And so now it'll be 4th down and about 13-14. And so are we going to see a field goal try here? Because that would go from 22 points. That would make it 25, which means that you're looking at a 4-score game.
That's right.
And that looks like exactly what Coach Lopez is thinking. And we've seen Esparza. He's got the leg. It'll be from 32 yards out. He puts it up, and it sails just inside the right upright and good. With 10:41 to go, it is Las Cruces 38, Hobbs 13. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Hobbs Eagle football continues in a moment. Las Cruces will move it down, but a holding penalty limits them to just a field goal, 32 yards from Esparza, but it does make it a 25-point ball game. So it is 4 scores now, no matter what Hobbs does. So Hobbs has got a mountain to climb and not a lot of time to do it, as Esparza are going to bang that one through the back of the end zone. So Hobbs once again will have it 1st and 10 from their own 20. I'm TJ Miracle filling in for Ty Friend tonight. Sav Anthony alongside Tiff Stuber in studio engineering and producing and juggling cats and chainsaws and lightning delays. Appreciate you being with us tonight wherever you are. Hobbs Sports YouTube, HobbsAmerica.com, and of course here on Cool 95.7, your home for Hobbs Eagles sports for over 50 years. So the Eagles going to bring it out, and Coach Stevens, let's see what he's got drawn up. It may not be possible with the time remaining for Hobbs to come back, but when you're talking about playoffs, the margin of defeat matters, as the handoff, nice job going around the left side. Jesse Nelson, as Nelson going to have his 3rd carry of the ball game, and it's good for, we'll call it 9 yards. Good running there from Nelson, the junior.
And you know what? Nelson got some speed on him. I believe, man, Nelson can be able to get him some yardage.
So we'll put twins to the right, twins to the left. Nelson stays in the ball game in the backfield with Medrano. And the ball is out and loose, and that pretty much just sums up the night. A botched handoff, and the ball goes on the turf, and Las Cruces falls on it. So the 2nd turnover of the night for the Hobbs Eagles gives it to Las Cruces on the 27-yard line, deep in Hobbs territory. And that just about will probably do it, as Michael Diaz recovers the fumble.
Wow, man.
I mean, what can you say? Hobbs is out there fighting, but just especially since the lightning delay, I think just too many mistakes.
That's right.
You know, we talked about it, which team would come out and you know, play the best out of the delay with things a little bit off. And I think, unfortunately, tonight that answer is Las Cruces. Not to say that Hobbs hasn't done a lot of good things, as Amaro goes to the right side. Good job by the Eagles to play backside defense and trailer and go across and get him. That was McPherson again, and going to hold him to just a 2-yard gain. 225 rushing yards for Amaro. You're getting to the point you're kind of wondering, well, what's their school record for rushing yards?
That's right, man, because the way he's running the ball out there, man, he's a great player, man. I done seen some great things from him tonight.
But Hobbs, really, except for some what you would call explosive plays, has really held him to not, not a lot. I'll run the numbers quickly in my head here in just a minute. So on a 2nd down and 8, the handoff is Amaro going to sweep it out to the left side, crosses the 20 and drags McPherson with him and down to about the 15-yard line. Gavin McPherson has had a whale of a game tonight. It'll be a pickup of 9 and move the chains. 1st down for Las Cruces.
And you know what? I got to give it up to the defense, man. The defense has been fighting hard. The defensive line, man, been making great plays. They've been stopping. Just sometimes, even when you are doing good on the field, just the other team just know how to push force through your goodness. So that's what I've been seeing tonight.
Well, you do. I mean, you look at runs of 12 yards, 10 yards, 22 yards, 40 yards, 44 yards. I mean, you take out the 2 40s and the 20, and, he's still having a great night with 136, but he is not 236 as that's Guardiola on the keeper inside the 15 down to about the 11-yard line, 5 yards for Guardiola. 7 carries, 28 yards for him. And, they're going to – I give him – what did I give him? 5. So it'll be 2nd down and 5 as the clock continues to roll. And we'll see what they've got here. Twins to the right, single receiver to the left. Amaro is the deep back behind Guardiola. Hand it off. Amaro starts it left, bounces it back right, has room, and he will go into the end zone. They just couldn't stop that cutback right there, and that'll be his 5th touchdown of the night. 245 rushing yards now for Daniel Amaro.
Yeah, man, you just want to be able to, and again, this guy, he looks at the field, and so you want to be able to keep your eyes on him, especially with a running back like this. You want to keep your eyes on him as a defensive player.
176 is what he was averaging coming in, and he's almost 100 yards over his average with the point after to come from Esparza. So Esparza, low snap, but Guardiola gets it down, and that one is up and through. 7:58 to go in this one. Las Cruces 45, Hobbs 13. Hobbs Eagle football back in 30 seconds on Cool 95.7. Las Cruces High takes advantage of the second Hobbs turnover of the night and turns it into points. So 2 turnovers, 2 touchdowns for Las Cruces. That is 14 points that Hobbs would sorely love to have back. I'm TJ Miracle sitting in for Ty Friend alongside Sav Anthony as Esparza will tee it up on the 40. So, yeah, still important, though, for Hobbs to play and to do what they can to see if they can cut this deficit down. Because when we get to playoff time, and just let that one bounce out and, yep, take the ball at the 35 and go. But, you know, one of the things they look at is points scored, margin of defeat. You know, how good did you make it look? And that counts in the coach's criteria and some other things too. So even though it's not going to go the way you want it to on the scoreboard, you still do have stuff to play for because you're building that playoff resume.
That's true. So that's why when the scoreboard look like this or the game is going the way you didn't expect it to go, you still want to be able to play hard. You know, that's why having your hopes down is not a good thing, especially on this football field.
So let's see what they can do. They've still got time. See if they can cut the margin down a little bit. So with 7:58 to go here in the fourth, Medrano back out. And he is going to fake the handoff, and then he'll throw it underneath, and that one will be complete. Are they going to say it is complete? Yes, it is. And who was it completed to? Well, that'll be to number 18. That is Derry Rodriguez. Oh, they're going to say incomplete. I thought Rodriguez had gotten it in. They're going to say he trapped it. 164 through the air for Medrano, and it'll be 2nd down and 10. Does stop the clock with 7:50 remaining. Of course, Hobbs trailing now by 32. It's hard to believe at one point, Sav, this was a 14-13 ball game.
That's right.
Late in the second as the handoff to Hill, and he bounces off one, bounces off two, and finally bounces into Diaz, who manages to hold on and wait for Walter to come over and help him. That's some tough running there from Hill, and he picks up 7.
And you got to clap it up for the offensive line on this game. They really made some holes open, you know, impossible for the running back and the quarterback to really get through them.
Yes, they have. And they've allowed no sacks tonight as Medrano, the option pitch to Hill, going around the left side. He crosses into Las Cruces territory, and it'll be knocked out at the 49-yard line. So that's 9. That is 10 yards for DeMarcus Hill, and move the chains. 1st down Eagles. They're 14th of the night.
And that's how you're supposed to run the ball. DeMarcus is running the ball like, hey, man, I'm not giving up. I'm going to keep it going.
So a 1st and 10. Hobbs into Las Cruces territory. Good snap. Medrano back. Steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to be flushed. Goes down, and oh, yeah, they're throwing the flag on that one. Ooh, no, they're not. They're going to. The side judge said incomplete. The referee looked at him like, you're going to throw the flag? And now the ref and the back judge, and yep, I was afraid of that. They're going to get him for intentional grounding. So it'll be a loss of down. And it'll be from where they wrapped him up, so it's actually going to wind up being a couple yards loss. So, yep, intentional grounding on the offense. And so intentional grounding, and I think if it might wind up being a 10-yarder. So let's see where they put it, and yep, it'll be a 10-yard penalty on the Eagles. Really just their fourth penalty tonight for 35 yards. They've played it pretty clean. So now back on their own 43-yard line, first down and 10. Medrano back to pass, second at about 17. He'll throw it to Hill, good move, and he gets all the penalty back plus a couple there. Some nice job there on first and 18, or second and 18, pardon me. But he's going to get 12 out of it. Hill's second catch of the night. Both of them have been for 12 yards, and it's third down and 7, much more doable. And, we've got the left side of the line moving through. They were thinking blitz over on that right side and saw the pressure coming and just hopped up out of the stance.
And sometimes it'll get you. You know, sometimes mistakes like that happen. But, again, at this time,
and so
you don't want to have no mistakes.
Nope, another penalty, moving it backwards. 6:36 to go in the ball game. Cruces leading Hobbs 45-13. That does not tell the story. Hobbs has really and they played well out of the lightning delay, but when we started the third quarter after an abbreviated halftime, it's just been all Las Cruces as Medrano nowhere to go, and he's going to get a yard out of that one as Las Cruces' line and linebackers just absolutely blew through and knew what was coming. That's Diaz again. 175 on the ground for Medrano, and it'll be fourth down. And we've got a player down on the field injured, I do believe. Now everybody's up and off, and somebody take a timeout, or do we have an official timeout? Well, the players are on the sideline, so I'm going to take this opportunity to thank all of our great friends at Lee County State Bank, Forest Tire Company, TDS, Divine Energy, DNC Electric, Eastern New Mexico University, Lasco Construction, MR Pipeline, Outlaw Grill, Eunice Pump and Supply, Hobbs Express, JBW Solutions. And on fourth down and 12, Medrano back to pass, throws it up the middle seam, and that one almost picked off again. And so over on downs for Las Cruces with 5:50 to go. Eagle football also by SunGuard Precision, Bel Air Bowl, Devon Energy, Badger, and Master Plumbers. Next up for tonight, after this one, the Eagles will finally get to settle back in at home next week after a couple of long road trips, as the Alamogordo Tigers will come to town. 7 o'clock at Watson Stadium next Friday night. Alamo versus Hobbs next up for this Las Cruces squad. They will be taking on crosstown rival Oregon Mountain. So Hobbs, after tonight, just going to have to put this one behind them and get ready for a much improved, pretty tough Alamogordo team next week.
And that's what you want to do. You just want to keep pushing forward.
They'll send a man in motion on first down and 10. They're keeping Guardiola and Amaro in there. Actually, that's their backup running back. That's Alba. And Alba goes over the left guard and bounces out to the tackle and picks up 6 on the play. Second down and 4. And again, I would be surprised if they were to throw the ball at all. They've got as much time as they want to take. 5:24 to go. And a score here, about all it does is add kind of injury to insult, because then that would put it in running clock time, which would maybe help boost their playoff reputations in case they were to falter down the stretch. So the handoff again to Alba. Comes back to the left, crosses the 40 to the 39-yard line. It'll be another pickup of 5 for Alba, and that'll be enough for a Las Cruces first down. They're 18th of the ball game. Really, they've just dominated pretty much everything. Time of possession, running game, passing game really hadn't dominated that too much, but they've gotten what they've needed when they've needed it. And that's kind of Las Cruces' game when it comes to the passing. It's just what you need when you need it, and that's what they've done to the Hobbs Eagles tonight. They've absolutely gashed them on the ground. The first half, Hobbs outgained Las Cruces by 100 yards, and Alba is through, flies through, and is going to be down just shy of the 20. A flag on the play, but I think they're going to wave this one off because Hobbs jumped, and it's going to wind up being an 18-yard gain for Alba.
And you know what, man? Las Cruces just played smart tonight. Our defense, man, defense played good, and defense is still playing good. And if we can just keep on having that fire and be able to make stops still at this time, even though it's looking like this, it'll still be good for them.
At this point, I got to think the defense is gassed because they have been out there for a long time. You know, you hear about it, you know, a lot of times, you know, getting your defense off the field, and Hobbs has not really managed to do that tonight. So send a man in motion to the right side. The handoff. That is Alba again. He is across the 15 down to the 12-yard line. So 9 yards for Alba. He's got 5 carries now for 43 yards. Clock continues to move. 3:52 to go. Hobbs trailing big in this one. Las Cruces showing, though, why they are the #1 team in the state, really. Hobbs came out and punched him in the mouth and punched with them for the first. It was a prize fight, you know, went with them toe-to-toe for the first 6 rounds, but the last 6 rounds have completely belonged to Las Cruces. Single left, single right, handoff to Alba, goes right side, inside the 10, down to the 7, make it the 8-yard line. Yep, we'll call it the 7. So it's 4 more yards for Alba, and it'll be 1st and goal now for Las Cruces. So 1st and goal from the 7.
Wow, man. Yes, both sides played a great game tonight, man. Just Las Cruces pushed a little harder, and so, like you said, the defense has been out there for a long time.
20 first downs for Las Cruces. Send a man in motion from the right to the left. Alba stays in on the left shoulder. Hand it off to Alba, goes right side, and he will go into the end zone for the 7-yard touchdown as the Hobbs defense is just absolutely gassed. So Alba with the touchdown, the junior running back, spelling Daniel Amaro, who finishes up the night, I've got to assume, with 28 carries, 245 yards, and 5 touchdowns. But now it's running clock. The last 3 minutes of this one going to go extremely quickly. We'll only stop for timeouts and changes of possession. And the kick is up, and it is good. So 3:07 to go in this one. Las Cruces in command, 52-13. We'll be back right after this as Hobbs Eagle football continues on Cool 95.7. Back here at the Field of Dreams in Las Cruces, it has turned into a field of nightmares for the Hobbs Eagles. A game that was once 14-13 has become a 52-13 rout in favor of the home team. I'm TJ Miracle in for Ty Friend alongside Sav Anthony. Tiff Stuber in studio engineering and producing tonight. So Emmanuel Esparza, I would imagine he'll probably kick it out of the back of the end zone again. Well, nope, he's going to pop this one up and give Hobbs a chance at a return. And so picking it up, moving it around, going over is Ortiz, and he cuts it back. Gets a pretty good return out of it, out to the 35-yard line.
Great run by Ortiz.
So Ortiz will give Hobbs pretty good field position. Hobbs does still have all 3 timeouts, but now we are in running clock timing. I have a feeling the officials are not going to be in any just huge hurry to get it out there. Hobbs Not coming out like they're going to go into the hurry-up offense either. So Medrano back out to play out the string. Hobbs would like to put one more score on the board, and I'd like to see him do it. As we've got a bird flapping around on the field. As Medrano rolls to the left, looks left, fires left, and gets Ortiz underneath. And it's good for a 3-yard completion to Ortiz, 2nd down and 7.
And way to catch it with one hand. He kind of threw it in front of him a little bit, and he was able to stretch out a hand to be able to grab it. So that was a great catch by Ortiz.
Yes, it was. Clock continues to move. We are under 2 minutes to play here. From the Field of Dreams, of course, Hobbs left come back here to play Oregon Mountain later in the season. Pardon me. They play fake, go up the sideline, and overthrown as trying to get Adrian Mora streaking down the sideline. What did you guys call that route?
A 9.
A 9. We called it a fly, so I
call
it an incompletion no matter what you look at.
Yeah, that's right.
And so now it'll be 3rd and 7 for the Eagles, 1:20 remaining in this contest. Of course, going late tonight after the lightning and rain delay, really the lightning delay. On the counter, Trey handing it off to Hill, and he's going to be out near the 45-yard line. So he's going to pick up, we'll call it 7, make it 8 for Hill, 11 carries for 55 yards for Hill. 5 yards per carry, that's a pretty good average there. And so on a 4th down and 2 to go, the Eagles going to try and get another first down. They've had 14 first downs in the ballgame. Medrano back to pass, throws it underneath. That'll be complete to Beatty in the Las Cruces end. He's across the 45 to the 30 and down at the 25-yard line. So that's going to be 7:25. That's 33 yards to Beatty. Beatty over 100 yards receiving tonight. And now Medrano over 200 passing. Let's see, there's 2. I'm doing math quickly, and that's not good. 212 through the air for Medrano. And that'll be 126 for Beatty through the air. Handed off to Hill. He takes it left side, bounces it out. He's across the 15 and down to about the 11-yard line. 15 yards for DeMarcus Hill as the clock strikes double zeros. That'll do it for the Hobbs Eagles tonight as they fall to Las Cruces High. The final score, 52-13. We will take a quick 1-minute break and come back and wrap this one up. Hobbs Eagle football on Cool 95.7. Back here at the Field of Dreams in Las Cruces, the Hobbs Eagles falling to Las Cruces tonight. 52-13 is the final. With Sav Anthony, I'm TJ Miracle. So, really didn't go the way of the Eagles tonight. They had some bright spots. Of course, Junior Medrano was always 212 with his arm, 175 with his legs. That's a pretty good night combined offensively. Hobbs rushing for over 250 yards tonight, throwing for over 200. So, 400 yards total offense, 14 first downs. You're going, wow, we just a couple of bad turnovers and 13 points on the board. 400 yards and 13 points. That's not something that you see, but Las Cruces, coming out and proving why they are, going to be one of the top teams, and while they are one of the top teams here in the land of enchantment.
Yes, man, and they played smart out here tonight. That's that's the thing about football. Smart ball overwins, talent and skill. And even though they had some skill and talented players on their team, man, they came out here and played smart ball. Man, Hobbs, I know they wasn't expecting the score to be like this, the game to go down like this, but sometimes, man, like we were saying when we was coming down here, up here, as I can say, games like this can be unpredictable. So, I mean, we seen it tonight.
We did. At one point, 14-13, and it looked like we might have a barn burner that turned into anything but. Congratulations to Las Cruces. Hobbs, go lick the wounds and look and see what you did good and what you can fix before Alamogordo comes into town next week.
And you know what? From Hobbs tonight, I actually seen some improvements from previous game that they had played. I didn't see too much flags on Hobbs this game.
No, only like 4 flags, really.
And that's a plus right there, because in previous games, man, it was time they had 15 to 17 penalties, and it was like, man, so that's what I love to see, man, when you can be able to improve. And so, like you said, go ahead and lick the wounds. Go ahead and, take the stickers off and get ready for the game next week.
Got what you got to do. Of course, next week, right back here from, well, not right back here, but right back on Cool 95.7, Hobbs Sports YouTube, back at the friendly confines of Watson Stadium. Ty Friend will be back in the saddle, and I'll be back over with the Lovington Wildcats. But tonight, that will put a wrap on this one. It started out as 2 heavyweights going at it, but wound up in a knockout punch for the Las Cruces Bulldogs as they win 52-13. For Tiff Stuber in studio engineering and producing, for Ty Friend, for Sav Anthony, I'm TJ Miracle saying so long from the Field of Dreams in Las Cruces. This has been an exclusive presentation of Newalmark Digital and Cool 95.7 Sports. Good night, everybody.